Welcome to the December 3rd, 2025 Disciplinary Petition Committee meeting. My name is Nicole Tebow, chairperson of the committee meeting today. Before we convene, I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing pharmacy law. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. As I facilitate this meeting, I will announce when we are accepting public comment. I have advised the meeting moderator to allot 3 minutes to each individual providing comments. We will begin with public comments for individuals attending in person, followed by public comments by individuals participating via WebEx. This approach is necessary to facilitate this meeting. Before we get started, I would like to ask staff moderating the meeting to provide general instructions.
This is the moderator. When public comment is called for, we're going to give people 3 minutes to speak. As stated before, you'll be given a 15-second warning before your time expires. When the time comes, you're going to raise your hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our dial-in users, you'll need to dial *3 to raise your hand. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would now like to take a roll call to establish a quorum. KK Jha, I don't think KK is here yet, right?
Hi, this
Claudia,
is,
sure.
sorry, Nicole, just KK is having some technical difficulties, so I'm trying to work with him.
Got it. Thank you. Claudia Mercado?
Present.
Thank you. Jay Newell, I think Jay's joining in a few minutes. Satinder Sandhu?
Present.
Morning, Satinder. And I am present. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is established. Before we move to the next agenda item, I would like to remind committee members participating via WebEx to please remain visible on camera throughout the open portion of today's meeting. Members, if you need to temporarily turn off your camera due to challenges with internet connectivity, please remember to announce the reason for your non-appearance when you turn off your camera. Now, before we move on to the next agenda item, I'm going to turn it over to Corinne to go over a few logistical issues for today.
Thank you, Member Tebow. Hi there, this is Corinne Gartner. I am board counsel to the Pharmacy Board, and I was hoping to just briefly talk with the ALJs about the logistics of the meeting and how we're going to handle this, given that I believe we have 2 ALJs that will be handling the petitions today. My understanding is we have ALJ Block and ALJ de Guzman. Is that correct?
Yep. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. So we've got 5 petitions, or I guess 6 petitions, although 2 of them, to my understanding, will be handled jointly. And I'm not sure how you've split them up among the 2 of you, but I didn't know if you were both planning to stay on for the entire meeting, or if, one or the other of you was planning to drop off at one point, because I think the concern is that, once we hear the petitions, then the committee will convene in closed session to deliberate on them, and we would need, whichever ALJ handled that petition to be back with us in closed session, and just wanting to make sure that we have a way of contacting you and you're available for that.
As it stands, in looking at the agenda, I believe ALJ de Guzman will be handling the first 2, assuming the board follows like the order of the agenda. And I would be handling the last 3.
Okay.
So I can notify ALJ de Guzman when it's time for deliberations.
Okay.
If she wants to drop off the call after her hearings are done.
Okay. As long as that's workable for the 2 of you, I think that should work for us. And just making sure that Chair Tebow doesn't have any issues or questions about that.
No objections from me. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Back to you, Chair Tebow.
Thank you so much. I understand KK has joined. KK, can you just announce yourself, please, for the record?
Sorry for some technical trouble. This is Karthikeya Jha, licensee member. Thank you.
Thank you, KK. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 2, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. We will now accept public comments for items not on the agenda. You are not required to identify yourself, but may do so. I would like to remind everyone that the committee cannot take action on these items except to decide whether to place an item on a future agenda. Members, following review of the public comments for this agenda item, I will ask members to comment on what, if any, items should be placed on a future agenda. As a reminder, this agenda item is not intended to be a discussion, rather an opportunity for members of the committee and members of the public to request consideration of an item for future placement on an agenda, at which time discussion may occur. We will begin with public comment from individuals participating in Sacramento. I don't think I see anyone. Is anyone there?
That's correct. There is no one in the hearing room.
Okay, thank you. Moderator, we are ready for public comment from individuals participating via WebEx.
All right, WebEx, now is the time to raise your hand. This is for public comments not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment, raise that hand by tapping the hand button at the bottom of the screen. For our dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And we're going to take just a few more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you. And it's my understanding that Jay has joined. Jay, can you please announce yourself for the record?
Yes, public member present. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you, Jay.
Likewise.
Now I'm going to bring the discussion back to members. Members, are there any items that you would like to place on a future agenda? Okay. Hearing none, we can move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 3, our petitions for reinstatement of licensure, early termination, or other modification of penalty. As included on the agenda, we will be considering petitions today. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Administrative Law Judge de Guzman to preside over the hearings. Your Honor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the matter of Farzad J. Piruz. I just want to make sure, is Mr. Weinberg here?
This is the moderator. Hold on just a moment, please. Herbert Weinberg, if you're available for a mic check, will you please unmute?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good morning to you, and good morning to Ms. Jarvis. I believe then we are ready to go on the record. All right, we are on the record before the Board of Pharmacy. Board of Pharmacy in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Farzad Jack Piruz, agency number 7329 and Office of Administrative Hearings number 2025-110982. My name is Genevieve de Guzman. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Prior to going on the record today, we established that a quorum of the committee is present. May I please take the appearance of counsel, starting with the Deputy Attorney General?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis. I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Thank you, and good morning to you, Ms. Jarvis. And for our petitioner.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Herbert Weinberg with the firm of Much Shellist, which just took over the firm of Fenton Law Group. So we're in a bit of a turmoil, and I'll explain that in a moment. And I'm representing Farzad Jack Piruz, who is on a 5-year probation and who desires, after 2 years, to terminate the probation, which is the purpose of this petition.
All right, and is Mr. Peruz present?
He is, and my paralegal is setting him up in another room. Unfortunately, give me a moment to make sure that he is now set up. He is here and present and prepared to give his testimony. Give me a moment to just check on him. Excuse me.
Okay, we'll briefly go off the record.
They're asking for him.
KK, just letting you know that you're not muted.
I am trying to mute myself. This computer is just. I had to use two computers and one of them worked, and this is a work computer, so it's not
No
very
worries. You're
friendly
not
for the
making a lot of
WebEx.
noise or anything. I was just letting you know in case you didn't know.
I will mute. I'm clicking on it. It's just not happening.
Got it.
This is the moderator. I can mute him, but I can't unmute him.
I think it's okay for him to stay unmuted as long as he's okay with it. But KK, if you need to be muted at any time, just ask.
There is nobody under the age of anything around me. It's just me.
All right. I believe we have Mr. Peruz.
All right. I'll just wait for Mr. Weinberg to get situated.
Mr. Peruz, if you're available, will you please unmute and give us a mic check?
I'm now unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good. Thank you. And we're now in the same room, which should facilitate things in a more orderly manner, hopefully.
All right. All right, then let's go back on the record. At this time, I'll have Ms. Jarvis present the petition and provide an orientation in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. This matter arose via an accusation filed on September 26, 2022. This was against petitioner's pharmacist license and his pharmacy, where he was the president, 100% shareholder, and pharmacist in charge, or PIC. Petitioner surrendered his pharmacy license and was placed on probation on his pharmacist license for 5 years, effective June 29, 2023. Petitioner's probation was stayed for approximately 2 months just after being placed on probation, so his current anticipated end of probation date is now August 28, 2028. He has served more than 24 months of his probation, and he is therefore eligible to file this petition. This is, overall, a corresponding responsibility case, and there were only 2 causes for discipline: failing to exercise corresponding responsibility and dispensing improper, erroneous, or uncertain prescriptions. Petitioner also had a prior citation for $1,500 for variation of prescription for dispensing Ambien instead of the prescribed Lexapro in September of 2016. The vast majority of the accusation focused on the facts that support those 2 causes for discipline. And because I want the board and the public to understand the severity of this case, I am going to talk about the facts briefly. First, petitioner's dispensing trends showed that only just under 10% of all prescriptions dispensed were controlled substances. so the vast majority were non-controlled. However, the percentage of cash payments for those controlled substance prescriptions was extremely high. For Schedule II controlled substances, the percentage of cash pays was nearly 64%, with the percentages then going down, the schedules essentially, to approximately 12% for Schedule V controlled substances, for an overall average of about 40% cash pays for controlled substances and only 6.5% cash pays for non-controlled. In addition, the most commonly dispensed controlled substances were oxycodone 30 milligrams and hydrocodone with acetaminophen, or Norco, 10 325s. These both are commonly abused controlled substances and were always dispensed in the highest dosage form available, with no sign of titration either up for an opioid naive patient or down to taper off of the drug. And in actuality, the percentage of cash pays for the oxycodone was approximately 73%, and for the Norco, 68%. Additionally, a review of the patients and prescribers involved found that there were 12 prescribers with significant objective irregularities. And from those prescribers, there were 78 patients. The key here is that groups of these patients actually migrated between these 12 prescribers at fairly regular intervals. Several of these prescriptions also contained the, quote, holy trinity combination of an opiate, a muscle relaxant, and a benzodiazepine, or the, quote, speedball combination of a central nervous stimulant with another drug with depressant properties, such as an opiate, benzodiazepine, or barbiturate. Petitioner Peruz is noted in his records as the verifying pharmacist on nearly all of these prescriptions for controlled substances. Now, to turn to the cause for discipline of dispensing of irregular or erroneous prescriptions briefly, 4 of the 12 prescribers identified and focused on in this proceeding issued prescriptions that did not conform with Health and Safety Code Section 11162.1 for a total of 34 invalid prescription forms that were still dispensed. Outside of this, between these 12 prescribers, there was basically every single red flag there is. In addition to the high cash pays, the patients frequently traveled long distances to see their doctors or fill their prescriptions, or both. A few of the doctors only ever prescribed controlled substances, or they would have very few non-controlled prescriptions. The prescriptions for controlled substances always started and ended at the very highest doses of these controlled substances, and on and on. But most importantly, for purposes of the corresponding responsibility and for this proceeding here today, there was absolutely no documentation, no indication in the records that petitioner ever contacted any of these prescribers for clarifications of their prescriptions or ever even checked cures before dispensing any of these controlled substance prescriptions. But now to the present day. Petitioner has been completely compliant with probation, other than the 2 months told. There are still outstanding costs of approximately $14,658.25. That is as of November 21st, 2025. Petitioner's probation monitor has met with petitioner regularly and does not appear to have any concerns with petitioner's conduct on probation to date. Additionally, with the petition, petitioners provided the following documents: a personal statement in which petitioner acknowledges the mistakes he made, recognizes that he contributed to the erosion of public trust and posed a risk to public safety, and then talks about what he has done since being placed on probation, particularly his activities in giving back to the community through volunteer work. Petitioner provided records of approximately 30 hours of continuing education, in addition to the remedial education that he was ordered to do as part of probation. And petitioner provided 5 letters of support. Now, these letters do give rise to some concerns that I would like to highlight for the board. Although they do meet the technical requirements of the law to be considered, and board staff was able to verify all 5, but when board staff contacted each of the authors, only one, petitioner's current pharmacist supervisor, stated that they were even aware of the discipline imposed by the board. Another of the authors stated that someone else wrote the letter for her and she just read it and signed it. Each of these 5 letters also have identical or nearly identical formatting. Each of the letters also reference the discipline in some way, and yet when the authors were asked about this discipline directly via telephone, they all stated that they were not aware of the discipline, and only one stated that they were aware of petitioner's activities since the discipline became effective. Now, that one is the National Adult Day Health Care Center, where petitioner volunteers, which is also the only letter with slightly different formatting than the other letters. Even the letter from petitioner's current supervisor, who does state that she was aware of the discipline and does state that she's aware of petitioner's activities since the discipline occurred, it still has concerning aspects. This author states that she has known petitioner for many years. In fact, since she was a pharmacy clerk 15 years ago, before she ever became a pharmacist, and then opened her own pharmacy with the encouragement and mentorship from petitioner. Her pharmacy is only a mile from petitioner's pharmacy before he surrendered that license and has a nearly identical name. Petitioner's pharmacy was Westside Pharmacy, and his current supervisor's pharmacy is Westside Medical Pharmacy. This seems like such a close personal as well as professional relationship that I would consider her viewpoint to be biased. Now, the letter signed by Dr. Rashti also refers to the probation and states that he had written a prior letter, but then when asked via telephone, he says he's not aware of the discipline. Then in the letter, he states that petitioner is, quote, more than ready to resume full practice without restriction. Yet again, when asked directly, he stated that he has no knowledge of petitioner's activities since the discipline was imposed by the board. So how could he possibly believe or state that petitioner is more than ready to resume full practice? Essentially, I would encourage the board to disregard all 5 of these letters as they are simply not reliable documents. Now, at this time, I would like to move as Exhibit 1, the petition packet consisting of the documents just identified. There is also a memorandum to the board from board staff, the notice of hearing, the consent for electronic recording, and the underlying decision and order. And I would like these moved for all purposes.
All right. Mr. Weinberg, any objections to what's been marked as Attorney General's Exhibit 1?
No objection to the exhibits and submission to admission of the exhibits, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Then at this time, I will cede the floor to petitioner and his counsel.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Weinberg.
Yes. Just by way of introduction, I have a Doctor of Pharmacy degree and practiced pharmacy for 20 years during the halcyon days before managed care, and owned 11 pharmacies during those days, and have since been practicing healthcare law for the last 40 some odd years, which makes me 92 years of age. And forgive me for not being more familiar with these technical processes, including this paraphernalia to be used for this hearing, because the last technical gadget that I learned how to use was the abacus. So, Deputy Attorney General Jarvis began her introduction with the statement that this is not to be an adversarial procedure. But nevertheless, her introduction appeared completely adversarial, and we are not in a position to we did not know that we were supposed to be trying the matter again and having facts available to dispute or at least mitigate that which she has presented. So we will move on and just address ourselves to the matter at hand. I'm here with Farzad Jack Peruz, who is the pharmacist who is requesting a modification, that is a termination of his probation. And I'll introduce him now, and request that he be sworn in so that we can move on.
All right. Is it possible for Mr. Peruse to be on the camera?
We can turn this to him
Okay.
just like this and
Yes.
share it. So
Good morning,
Can you
Mr.
see him?
Peruse. If you could kindly raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in. All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. You can lower your right hand. All right. Mr. Weinberg, when you're ready.
thank you. I may or may not move this back and forth, but during Mr. Peru's testimony, I think I'll simply leave it on him and my voice will be off camera. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
How long have you been practicing pharmacy?
30 years, since 1995.
Right. Are you married?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any children?
I have 2 kids,
And what are their ages?
16 and 19.
Your Honor, if I may interrupt,
And,
before we get too far into the substance of this proceeding, could the camera be on the petitioner instead
Yes,
of?
I was just going to make that request.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So let me ask you again.
Go ahead.
You have 2 children, you say,
Yes, I
and,
have 2 children,
and what are their ages?
16 and 19.
And are you the sole support of your family?
I am, yes.
Okay. Your wife does not work?
No.
No. So this job that you have here at the at Westside Medical is important to you and to your family.
I'm very grateful that they offered me this job. That's the only source of supporting my family.
Understood. One moment. Rather than going to a hearing to address the litany of horrors that Ms. Jarvis presented to the board, you decided to enter into a stipulated settlement. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Right. And one of the provisions of the stipulated settlement was, looking at the camera,
Yeah.
was probation for a period of 5 years.
Correct.
And you agreed to that.
Correct.
All right. And yet you are here now requesting that it be shortened.
That's right.
Okay. Why is that?
Mainly because I hear and I notice that major PBMs terminate pharmacies just because they have an employee which is under discipline. So I don't really want this to happen to the guys who offered me this job and to terminate them, and I lose my job too. If I lose my job here, I can't finish my probation time and I cannot support my family. It's very hard to find another job.
And the 3 major PBMs are CVS Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx. Has any one of them terminated the pharmacy from its provider network?
Actually, CVS did. CVS terminated the pharmacy last year.
And your fear, I think, as you've just expressed it, is that others may do so.
And actually, they mentioned my name, that I was there, asking why is he there and why is he doing the transactions, things like that. So they were concerned that I was there.
So your concern is that if another one of the PBMs, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but your concern, I take it, is that since these 3 PBMs account for about 80% of all claims submitted for third-party payment, if another one should terminate, is it your concern that the pharmacy may not be able to support itself?
Yeah, and I will lose my job.
I understand. One moment. Since you've been working at this job,
Yeah.
have there been any other violations or disciplinary actions brought against the pharmacy or you?
No.
My understanding is that the pharmacy also employs a pharmacist in charge because
That's correct.
the board did not wish you to be the pharmacist in charge.
Correct.
Right. So the pharmacy now has the expense of 2 pharmacists. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. And with the payment they receive, it's really hard for them to keep 2 pharmacists actually.
Right. So is it your intention, if the board approves your petition, to take on the role of pharmacist in charge
Well, I hope so, yes, sir.
so that the pharmacy has less overhead?
That's correct.
I see. Okay. Is there anything else you wish to add?
That's the only thing that I'm really embarrassed about what happened. And I take full responsibility for all the actions. I did that. I'm really embarrassed.
And do you feel now that you've
I
learned
feel
enough
embarrassed.
and are rehabilitated enough to not repeat
Oh, yeah.
let me complete my sentence before you answer.
I'm a
Okay.
different person now. I've learned from the experience, and I'm sure I'm a different pharmacist.
Okay. I have nothing more.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Peruz, you stated that you would like to take on the role of the PIC at Westside Medical Pharmacy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So would that mean that the person currently acting as the PIC would be fired?
What you mean? No, I just said that there are 2 pharmacists, and that's really hard for them to keep.
Right, but currently they have a PIC who's working there, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you want to take that job, that position, so that there was only one pharmacist working there.
it's not that I want to take that job. It's that there will be one job. Either she's going to stay there, or me, or I can find another job. If I'm on probation, I can't do that.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your letters of recommendation. Did
Mhm.
you provide these letters of recommendation to the people who signed them and ask them to sign them?
You mean those who wrote the letters?
Yes. How did they write those letters for you?
Well, I talked to them, and I did tell them that I need leather, and they know me for years. All of them know me for about 30 years. And they said, okay, they write a letter of recommendation, that's all. And I told them about everything. I told them I'm under discipline, probation. They know about it.
And did you provide them with, things to say or with a format to write their letter in?
No, I just said that they have to tell me how they know me, and they have to do that, those 2 lines about the prejudice of whatever. They have to write those 2 lines at the end. That's all I told them.
Did you put them in contact? Like, did they provide those letters directly to you, or did they send them to your attorney?
Oh, they sent the letters to me and to my attorney.
So they
They
sent 2
emailed.
copies?
Oh yeah, they sent this emailed it to me and my attorney.
Okay. There's one letter by a pharmacy technician, I think Miss Golstani. How are you familiar with her?
Oh, I mean the technicians were out there? Well, she actually worked for me for years, so she knew me. She was under my supervision for about maybe 10, 12 years.
And is she currently working at Westside Medical Pharmacy?
She works there now, yes.
Okay. So she worked with you at Westside Pharmacy and now still currently works with you at Westside Medical Pharmacy.
No, actually, when I closed the pharmacy, they got all my prescriptions. Actually, I sold those prescriptions I had, and actually they needed more technicians, so she went there to work with them.
I just want to make sure I understand your answer. So you're saying that you sold what parts of your pharmacy, whatever parts that you could sell, to Westside Medical Pharmacy, and as part of that, your technician also went to work for Westside Medical?
Well, I gave all my prescription files to Westside Medical Pharmacy. And well, they had a few prescriptions, they had more prescriptions, so they needed more technicians, so they hired her to, because she had no jobs. The pharmacy was closed.
Okay, and did you receive compensation for those prescriptions that you provided to Westside Medical Pharmacy?
Yeah, I sold it for something, but mainly they offered me the job instead of all the prescriptions. The compensation was so little,
How much was it?
50,000.
When you signed the stipulation agreeing to be placed on probation for 5 years, did you understand
Right.
that that meant you would be on probation until 2028?
Yes, I did understand that. Yes,
And you were willing to accept being on probation until 2028 at that time, correct?
right.
So what changed in the last 2 years that made you want to get off probation early?
Well,
Objection, and asked and answered.
I
During
Overruled.
Mr. Cruz's testimony, he already covered what made him change his mind.
Overruled. Overruled, Mr. Weinberg.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Peruz,
Honor.
you may answer the question.
Okay, I can answer again. Actually, the major PBMs, I've noticed that they terminate pharmacies sometimes because they see that they have somebody working there which is under discipline. So that made me concerned that it might happen to them too. Actually, CVS Caremark about a year ago terminated, and they actually mentioned my name there in the letter. That's why Mr. Farzad Piruz is doing these transactions, blah, blah, blah. So they mentioned my name. So I think being me there was one of the reasons they terminated them. I don't want this to happen to them with other PBMs because they're going to close down. Or
So
I'm
were
going
you,
to lose my job.
sorry about
Yeah.
that. So were you unaware when you entered into probation that this was a possibility, that PBMs would not want to work with you?
No, at the time it wasn't there. That wasn't in my mind at that time. Because it didn't happen. Because it happened a year ago. That's why I was concerned. When CVS Caremark terminated them, I started thinking about it.
And as of today, CVS Caremark is the only PBM that has terminated its contracts with Westside Medical. Is that correct?
Correct. They don't work with them.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you. So at this time, I'm
Thank you.
going to ask the committee members if they have any questions. I'll start with Madam Chair Thibault. Do you have any questions for Mr. Peruz?
Could I go last out of the committee, please, if that's okay?
Oh, sure, not a problem. Next, I have member KK Jha. Any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have one question for Mr. Piruz. Corresponding responsibility of pharmacists with regards to dispensing controlled substance prescriptions, as well as really the opioid pandemic and overuse of OxyContin of all the drugs, or oxycodone containing drugs overall. When did you first hear about both of those things, pandemic as well as the responsibilities?
Well,
Do you understand the question?
oh yeah, when I heard about the dual responsibility. Well, I certainly knew about it, and I said I took responsibility. I take responsibility for all I did, and I'm ashamed. I'm really embarrassed about that. But I knew about it, and that's why I'm embarrassed.
So would you say you did know about those things before 2022, or the period in which you are found to be involved in these activities?
Well, of course, all pharmacists know about these things, but now I take it really seriously. I'm a different pharmacist now. At the time, I was making these mistakes, and I take responsibility for it, as I said.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Member Mercado, any questions?
Yes, thank you. There's a little construction in the back, so if it gets loud, please just let me know. So my question is a follow-up. You know, there is an opioid epidemic. There's hundreds of thousands of people dying every year. Why did you fail to check the legitimacy of those prescriptions? Can you walk us through your process to confirm that you were not harming the public by dispensing those prescriptions?
Well, I received the prescriptions, I checked them, and I failed it. I believe I did not really make sure that they were really good prescriptions, and due responsibility, I didn't really think about that.
So
I
you
made
didn't
a
think about,
mistake. That was a mistake, all of them. I take responsibility for it. I said.
but do you acknowledge that you not taking the time to do your job and your duty to protect the public could have harmed the public? Did you think about that?
I acknowledge that, and I'm sorry.
So what you dispensed was a total of 170,475 tablets of oxycodone. Why were you a participant in the opioid epidemic?
Yeah. I have really no defense for that. I think I made mistake, and I take responsibility for it. I'm really embarrassed that I said that, that I did that. I'm a
Okay,
different person.
one last question. So if we, you have a 5-year probation. If we were to dismiss your probation, what message do you think the board will be sending to the public, knowing that you did not act in the best interest of the public to begin with, and now we're going to give you another chance to harm the public? Do you think that's a legitimate reason for us to get you off probation just because you want to secure your job?
Yeah, it's not only that I want to secure my job, it's that I'm a different pharmacist now. I learned from the past. I knew all my mistakes, and I learned from them. I'm a different person, different pharmacist now. And you can messages if somebody changed his actions and his thought, if somebody changed himself, you can give him another chance.
So just last question here, so we don't take too much time. Walk us through how you are a change pharmacist. What procedures and protocols do you have in place for you to not revert back to your previous actions of generating $1 million and considering your job a monetary profiting system versus a system to protect the public?
But during the past 2 years, I had time to think about them, to correct myself, and start doing the right operation as a good pharmacist. I learned about the CEs I did. I learned about the new practice, so I am practicing differently now.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Member Sandhu, any questions?
Your Honor, good morning, Mr. Burrows. Thank you for.
Good morning. Good morning.
I have just a few follow-up questions. So you said that like you were aware of the red flags that were, you overlooked. Looks like there were multiple. There was a cash prescriptions. There was a high dose opiates. There was a high dose alprazolam, I believe. And tell me, like, since that, that was in the past, what led you to release those prescription? Specific reason? What did you discovered within yourself that was allowing to dispense these prescriptions? And can you point to a specific steps that you've taken in terms of educating about those things? And now if a prescription for a opiate naive 10 milligram Norco or OxyContin comes in, can you walk through the steps? So basically I'm looking for what caused it and what you did to correct that and how you do that differently. I know you said multiple times that you're a different person. So our job is to safety of the public. So just want to know how you have changed, and give us a little bit more specifics on that.
Well, at those times, I didn't think about these things. Now, under the supervision of Dr. Catuzzi, when we receive a prescription, she is very, very careful about everything. And I watch her and I learn and I try to be the same. So the prescription comes, if it is from our patients, we just talk to the doctor, ask for the diagnosis and write it down, document it. If it is right, if it is the right diagnosis, she fills it. Otherwise, she doesn't fill it. And if it's a walking person, she doesn't do it at all, because she fill narcotic prescription only for the patients we have at pharmacy with all the other prescriptions items. And those who are close to us, we know the doctor, we know everything about it. Walking person, she doesn't. I used to do it, but I know that this is wrong now.
So just to follow up on that comment, so if a person walks in and never been to your pharmacy, your way of mitigating that would be to not fill a prescription. There wouldn't be any other steps you would take to see if the prescription is legitimate or anything like that?
Yeah, we have to she calls, or I do under her supervision, we call the doctor, we make sure if we see where the doctor is, where the patient lives. If she lives far away, so we have to say, why you come to this pharmacy? She can go to a pharmacy close to her house. Or if the doctor is not close to us, the same question. These are the questions she asks. But usually, as far as my experience in 2 years, they don't have good answers for these questions. The walk-in customers usually have wrong prescriptions, or then we don't do it actually.
So from what I understand is your main, the way you have learned to implement this red flag mitigation plan is to observing her, how she does it. Did you take any other education, use any other materials, attend seminars or, or CEs or anything like that, and be specific as to what you did?
Well, of course, I've done the CEs all relating to the narcotics in the past 2 years, and I understand I learned a lot from them. But in practice, I was talking about how in practice I learned it by watching Dr. Catuzzi and getting under his supervision. And then I learned from the lessons too, from the CEs too, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. And Member J, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. I believe those are all the members. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Otherwise, Madam Chair Thibault, do you have any questions?
No, they were covered by my fellow committee members. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jarvis, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Weinberg, any follow-up questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. And at this point, then, we can move on to closing remarks. We'll start with the Attorney General.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I do not recommend to the board that this petition be granted. I would recommend that it be denied. Petitioner needs more time to consider rectifying his practice and actually correcting the activities versus simply turning away prescriptions that he decides are potentially fraudulent. Additionally, petitioner needs to finish paying his cost recovery, and he needs to foster the types of relationships with people that would have them writing real and honest letters of recommendation for him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Weinberg, any closing remarks?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. The Business and Professions Code 733 states that a pharmacist shall not obstruct a patient from receiving a valid prescription. And to do so would subject that pharmacist to his or her regulatory and licensing agency. Pharmacists are faced every day with issues of that could be considered to be red flags. One red flag does not a denial make automatically, nor does two. The idea is to deal with the red flag and either in a cautionary manner and either if you can't dispose of it, not fill the prescription, or if you can justify dispensing the prescription notwithstanding the red flag, then you do so. It's a difficult choice for pharmacists to make. Mr. Peruse, by his own admission, was negligent. He filled every prescription that walked in the door, basically, all right, which is what got him in trouble, which has got him disciplined, and which the board saw fit not to summarily revoke his license, but to put him on probation. So the issue is he now sufficiently behaving in a different manner than he did before? Is it now safe for the public to have Mr. Peruse continue with his practice free of probation? And that's a tough choice for the board to make, I recognize. But I believe him to be earnest in his discomfort and his embarrassment for his previous action. I believe with some of the remedial courses that he has taken and working under a pharmacist in charge who is more attuned with the requirements of a pharmacist in charge and with the requirements of corresponding responsibility, has learned much. It's not my intention here to relitigate the underlying case, but merely to ask that the board consider the petition that's in light of Mr. Peruse's testimony. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, is the matter submitted?
One caveat, Your Honor, I'm looking at Case Center and I don't see that the exhibit was marked or was admitted. I just want to confirm that you'll be doing that.
I will do that right now. All right, I've stamped that. Do you see it on your end?
Not yet, but I'm sure it'll come through. I just wanted to confirm that before we actually went off the record. But yes, the matter's submitted.
Okay, thank you.
There it is.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Weinberg, is the matter submitted?
Yes, and no objection to the submission.
All
Yes.
right. Thank you. All right, then that concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The record is closed, the case is submitted, and we are off the record. All right, thank you, everyone.
Great. I'm just going to check in with the committee members really quick. Are you all good to go for one more case before we take our morning break? Any objections? I see some nods and thumbs up. Okay, we're ready to go on to the next one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, on the record, we are on the record. Actually, before I do that, I just want to confirm, is Mr. Farzam Dost present?
This is the moderator. Hold on just a moment, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Farzam Dost, you should be able to unmute at will.
Good morning.
All right, good morning. And I just want to confirm, is Mr. Weinberg still present?
I'm not using console.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. We are back on the record. We are on the record before the Board of Pharmacy in the matter of the petitions for early termination of probation of Arden Medical Pharmacy and Cambiz Farzam Dost. Agency number 7229 and Office of Administrative Hearings number 2025-110-808. My name is Genevieve de Guzman. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and I've been assigned to preside over this matter. Prior to going on the record today, we established that a quorum of the committee is present. May I please take the appearance of the Deputy Attorney General?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Petitioner, Mr. Farzam Dost is present with us this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, and I understand you will be representing yourself.
Correct.
All right. All right, so just a few things to know before we proceed. We're going to have the Deputy Attorney General just present an overview of the petition. And then after that, you'll have an opportunity to address the committee members. You'll be able to speak freely and just share what you think the members should know about your case. Following that, Ms. Jarvis will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. Following that, the committee members will also have the opportunity to ask you questions as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. Once everyone's done asking their questions, you'll have an opportunity to present any closing remarks. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. All right, then. At this time, I'll have Ms. Jarvis present the petition and provide an orientation in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, this matter arose via an accusation filed on June 30th, 2022. This was against petitioner Arden Drugs, Inc., doing business as Arden Medical Pharmacy, and Cambiz Farzam Dost, both in his individual capacity as a pharmacist and as the owner and pharmacist in charge, or PIC, of the pharmacy. Effective July 7, 2023, both petitioners were placed on probation for 5 years via stipulated settlement. More than 2 years of this probation term has passed, rendering the petitioners eligible to file this petition. Overall, This is a corresponding responsibility case. Petitioner Farzam Doost, through his pharmacy, dispensed hundreds of prescriptions during the 3-year audit period from February of 2017 through February of 2021 for controlled substances with significant factors of irregularity. 40 of these prescriptions in particular were identified by the board inspector as what I would call blaring red flags, including that all 40 prescriptions were written for oxycodone and dispensed as an initial treatment to patients who appeared to be opioid naive. All 40 prescriptions were prescribed for a starting dose of 90 MMEs, or morphine milligram equivalents per day, or more in some cases. And at least 8 of the patients were also dispensed the highest dosage of alprazolam as an initial treatment to patients who appeared naive to benzodiazepines. Nearly every prescription was paid for in cash, and at least 3 patients had an address greater than 20 miles from the pharmacy, up to 56 miles. Please note that this pharmacy is located in Glendale. That was confusing to me since Arden is a popular area here in Sacramento, and I am not from Glendale. So I wanted to highlight that for the board. All 40 of these prescriptions were prescribed by the same 3 doctors, and there were at least 11 mutual patients among these 3 doctors. Oxycodone 30 milligrams, the highest available dose, was the only opioid prescribed. Oxycodone 30 milligrams is 45 MMEs. 3 patients who appeared to be opioid naive were in the same household and saw the same doctor, and at least 6 patients waited from 3 to 14 days after receiving these prescriptions to actually fill their prescriptions. The pharmacy's cost for each prescription was also on the prescription label and was usually under $25 for 90 tablets of oxycodone. Yet patients were paying $270 up to $350 for just 60 tablets when making cash payments. Now, one factor in this case that sort of strikes both ways, for and against the petitioner, is that it does appear that he pulled cures reports for most of these patients. They were attached to the patient's records. Yet, despite most of these cures reports stating that there was no record of these patients having any prior opioids, petitioner still filled these high-dose opioid prescriptions. So again, that's both ways. He looked, he just didn't use the cures reports as we would expect a pharmacist to use them. Now, one of these 3 prescribers, a Dr. M.G., had a primary practice of neurology, according to his listing on the medical board's website. However, the prescription forms that were received and dispensed by petitioner had the words, quote, pain management under his name at the top of the prescription. That was not this doctor's specialty. The board's inspector actually contacted Dr. M.G. directly, who stated that the only prescriptions that might have been valid, and he couldn't confirm that, were from June through December of 2018. Any outside that date range were not valid and were not authorized by him. Dr. M.G. also stated that he had never been contacted by petitioner or anyone at the pharmacy to confirm these prescriptions. Unfortunately, however, Dr. M.G. no longer had access to the medical records from 2018 in order to confirm or deny whether any of the 2018 prescriptions were valid. In 2019, petitioner dispensed 162 prescriptions for oxycodone 30s, a total of 18,780 tablets, pursuant to these fraudulent prescriptions purporting to be written by Dr. M.G. Petitioner also dispensed 21 prescriptions for alprazolam 2 milligrams and 231 prescriptions for non-controlled substances pursuant to these fraudulent prescriptions. Another practitioner, is kind of a side note, who petitioner dispensed for in 2018 and 2019 was actually arrested by the FBI in 2020 and faced federal charges for drug trafficking related to the distribution of opioids through, quote, bogus pain clinics in Southern California. So the causes for discipline arising from these facts included the first cause, failing to exercise corresponding responsibility, and the second cause, which was only against petitioner Farzam Doost and was for unprofessional conduct for failing to properly exercise his education, training, or experience as a pharmacist. But on to the present day. Petitioner has to date been completely compliant with probation. Petitioner's probation monitor has found Petitioner Farzam Deuce to be organized and prepared and has no issues with either petitioner. Petitioner also has a consultant pursuant to the terms of probation, and the consultant has found no issues or violations of law during their inspections. Petitioner also finished reimbursing the board's investigation and prosecution costs in the amount of $17,837 back in 2024. So with the petition, petitioner provided the following documents: a continuing education transcript for 56.75 hours of continuing education from September of 2023 through June of 2025, and then 4 letters of recommendation, all of which were able to be verified by board staff. These letters are excellent. The authors clearly know the petitioner, they are mostly aware of the discipline against his license and the pharmacy, and they still think that petitioners, both Mr. Farzam Deuce and his pharmacy, does excellent work. One letter from a chiropractor whose office is close to the pharmacy actually even lists 2 times when he tried to fill prescriptions, one a refill for himself early, and one for his wife without actually having the hard copy prescription on hand. And petitioner refused to fill both prescriptions despite knowing the patient and despite being well aware that most likely these prescriptions were valid. Petitioner simply told the chiropractor it was against the law and he would be happy to fill them or refill them timely and upon receipt of the actual hard copy prescription form. All of the letters also state that petitioner Farzam Deuce is an upstanding and ethical pharmacist who may have made mistakes, gotten confused, or slipped in his judgment, but that he is only using those mistakes to make himself and his pharmacy better. So at this time, I would like to move as Exhibit 1, the petition packet consisting all of the documents just identified, and also a memorandum to the board from staff, the notice of hearing, the consent for electronic recording, and the underlying decision in order for all purposes.
All right. Mr. Farzam Deuce, have you had an opportunity to look at Exhibit 1?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any objections?
No.
All right. Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will turn over the microphone to petitioner. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Farzam Deuce, now is your opportunity to address the committee directly. So at this time, I'm going to administer the oath. If you could kindly raise your right hand. Right. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony at this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You can lower your right hand. So because you'll be able to speak freely, I'm just going to ask that you speak slowly and loudly and clearly, just so we can make sure that we can all understand and accurately hear what you're saying, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're ready.
Good morning, Honorable Member of the Board, Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and Honorable de Guzman. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. This process has been one of the most difficult and humbling experiences of my life, but also one of the most important ones. I want to address openly what I felt, what I've learned, and what this journey has changed me as a pharmacist and as a person. The board accusation and decision pointed out significant failure in my oversight as a pharmacist in charge and owner of Arden Medical Pharmacy. Between 2017 and 2019, the pharmacy dispensed series of Schedule II prescription, including multiple red flags. High-dose opiate for opioid-naive patients, concurrent high dose of benzodiazepine starts, and also prescription coming from prescribers whose pattern have prompted a much deeper review. That should have never happened under my supervision, and I take full responsibility for it. These were not intentional acts of wrongdoing, but they were a result of my own lapse of judgment, attention, and leadership. At the time in my career, I was overwhelmed, overconfident in my routine, and not disciplined enough to maintain consistent control. I relied too heavily on trust, assumption, rather than structure verification. Looking back now, I understand my lack of strong, stern, system-based oversight created a blind spot that put me and the public at risk. It was my responsibility to prevent that. and I did not meet that responsibility. I own that fully. When probation began, I honestly thought the hardest part would be checking boxes and submitting some forms. But very quickly, I realized real work was internal, facing the fact that the pharmacist I thought I was did not match the pharmacist I needed to be. Probation forced me to slow down, reflect, and examine how my habits, assumption, and decision-making contribute to the board's finding. I learned that professional responsibility must be internal, not assumed. System protect patient, not memory or habit. Compliance is not a task, is a mindset I must practice every day. Leadership means accountability, even if it's uncomfortable. I learned to accept constructive criticism. Sometimes I struggled that in the past. Throughout this process, I did not want to simply complete the probation. I wanted to come out as a better human being, a safer pharmacist, and a stronger leader. Here's what I have changed. First one, building structured discipline practice. I created formalized SOAP for controlled substance verification, documentation, and red flag review. Far more rigorous than anything I had done before. Every opioid or benzodiazepine prescription must go through a documented check, including cures review, prescriber validation, payment method analysis, and clinical appropriateness. These are not theoretical systems. I use them every day. Quarterly oversight from an independent compliance consultant. This has been one of the most transformative part of my rehabilitation. The consultant audits my work, highlight my weaknesses, and expect improvement. At first, these reviews were hard to hear. Now I welcome them, keep me sharp, honest, and grounded. Targeted education focused on my areas of weakness. I completed additional CEs in controlled substance risk management, ethic and professional judgment, diversion prevention, California law, PIC leadership, and many more. These courses help me understand the bigger picture in my role in preventing harm. Also, permanent mindset shift. The biggest change happened internally. I no longer approach my work from a place of assumption or routine. I approach them with caution, respect for the responsibility I hold. I understand what corresponding responsibility truly means, not as a legal phrase, but as a moral obligation. Aside from applying this to my daily dispensing, I also review dispensing of controlled medication on a quarterly basis, access and identify prescribing habit trends, and the pharmacy commitment to corresponding responsibility. Since the probation began, I have complied with every requirement of the board: timely quarterly reports, consultant oversight, remedial education, and full cooperation with the monitoring. I have not had a single compliance failure during this period. I've been consistent, transparent, and responsible. So why am I asking for trust again? This process has transformed me. It reshaped how I think, how I lead, and how I make a decision, and how I view myself as a pharmacist. I'm not the same pharmacist that I started before this journey. I'm far more constructed, more cautious, more self-aware, and more committed to public protection than ever before. I'm not asking the board to overlook my past. I'm asking the board to see the work I have done to rehabilitate myself and rebuild the foundation of my practice. Probation did what it meant to do. It corrected me, it changed me, and now I carry this lesson for the rest of my career. I respectfully request the board consider my progress and grant early termination of my probation.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Farzamdust, or let me ask, do you have your PharmD? Are you Dr. Farzamdust?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I apologize.
No
So,
problem.
Dr. Farzamdust, what would change if you were released from probation at this time in your practice?
What I've learned during this time, I'm much more structured. I double check everything every step of the way. I at this point, I protect the patient to the to the patient safety above everything else that I have done before. Um, I I used to be a PIC for about 18 years at a chain pharmacy before I bought Arden Medical Pharmacy 10 years ago. And I made mistakes because I was just a gatekeeper to fill prescription. That's how we were trained in chain pharmacies. But now I learned that patient safety is above everything in my profession and in Arden Medical Pharmacy.
Okay, but my question was, what would change if you were released from probation? So are you saying that you would go back to just being a gatekeeper?
No, I would be, I'm gonna stay in Arden Medical Pharmacy as a PIC and just have a highest, the only reason that I asked for this early termination is because I had I had a couple of one of the PBM I got terminated from in a few months ago, and now they're doing more. I have to go through every PBM does every couple of years go through credentialing, and as they go through the recredentialing of when they find out that you're on probation, you would lose your contract with the PBM. And if I lose one of the major contracts, it's going to be a really financial hardship, and I won't be able to keep the pharmacy open.
Which PBM did you lose a few months ago?
I lost MedImpact, and also as a part of long-term care, Express Script for long-term care.
And do you know right now, as you sit here today, you may not, and that's okay, what PBMs you're at risk of losing next?
Every couple of years, when we go through recredentialing, CVS Caremark is the one that is mainly knows to do that. Also, Express Script, they did it for the long-term care, and I might be at jeopardy to lose the Express Script as the next one as a regular one for the pharmacy.
So if you were released from probation now, would you take the lessons that you've learned on probation forward, even without having your consultant and without having your probation monitor coming into your pharmacy quarterly?
Of course I would. And I honestly was thinking about keeping the consultant, not as a quarterly basis that he comes in right now, maybe once a year comes in, and just to make sure everything, it's what I'm doing is correct and keep up the work that I should be doing. And I'm thinking about keeping him maybe once a year or every 6 months to come in and just make sure, do checks and balance.
I also wanted to ask you a question about this letter. As you may have noted, I highlighted it a little bit, the letter from the chiropractor when I was presenting your petition packet. This chiropractor talks about 2 times when he tried to get you to fill a prescription without having all of the sort of technical issues in place. Can you talk to me a little bit about how you had that conversation with him?
He's next door. I'm in a medical building. He's next door to me. I mean, we talk every day. He just left the prescription at home one time, and it's a regular medication that he gets for his wife. He said, "Can I fill it?" I said, "If you don't have a prescription, I honestly can't fill it. Is she out?" It's like, "No, she's not out. She still has a few because she gets all for his wife's prescription from me and his prescriptions." I said, "If she's not out, just bring it tomorrow when you come, and I'll be happy to fill it." If she's out, it was a thyroid medication, actually. "I can lend you a couple of pills for the night till tomorrow." He said, "No, I just forgot to bring it." And I never thought anything would come out of it. It was just a casual conversation. And he said, no, I have it. I just wanted to get it right that I'm here. I'm like, if you can bring it, it would be a lot more kosher to fill it with a prescription that I can see, make sure everything is correct, rather than, but if she's out, let me know. I can give you a few pills with the thyroid medication. It's like, no, we still have a few left. I was just going to fill it. I said, well, tomorrow, come back. And he came back the next day with a prescription. We filled this prescription. It wasn't like anything illegal or anything like that with his prescription. He just didn't have it with him.
Right. But, and the point I'm getting at is this is a friend, right? This chiropractor who works next
Yes.
door. You
Yes.
fill his prescriptions a lot. It would have been very
Yes.
easy for you to just say, oh, absolutely, just bring the prescription tomorrow, but I'll give you the pills today. So what made you have that thought in that moment of let's wait till tomorrow instead of filling first
I,
and getting the prescription later?
you know, working for a corporate, it has its own good thing and bad thing. Like I said, they want us to keep fill prescriptions all the time. You get to that mindset that you have to fill all the prescriptions, not to meet your quota, but to meet your quota, quote and unquote. But at the same time, uh, it helped me a lot to be on top of everything in terms of everything has to be done by the corporate rules. You have a prescription, we fill it from the prescriptions that you have. We don't have it, there's no gray area. We don't fill it. Even though, yes, I was in a mindset of filling prescription, but at the same time, corporate sometimes helps you with being on top of everything in terms of like there's no gray area. It's either you have a prescription, we fill it from a prescription, or we don't fill it at all. And I'm like that just with him or somebody else. A patient comes in, they don't have a prescription, I would not fill the prescription or give him if I don't know what it is. I can't just do it like that. It has to be legit prescription.
I actually do want to talk to you about that corporate or retail pharmacy that you were at before you started or purchased Ardent Medical. So, because you mentioned that a little bit during your presentation, and you said that you kind of had a mindset of fill, fill, fill. Would it be accurate, and to cast your mind back, more than 10 years ago now, but would it be accurate to say that the corporate or retail pharmacy kind of took care of more of the sort of red flags identification, where when you started Ardent Medical, you now had to take care of the red flags?
Yes, a lot of things happen with the corporate behind the scene, even though you're in charge, you're still PIC, but they decide what happens, what to fill, what not to fill. Yes, it does. But now, in the beginning, it was like a shock that everything is on you when you own your own pharmacy. Uh, Anything from ordering, purchasing, prescription, every, every little single thing, it's now you're the corporate.
I have no other questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. All right, so at this time, I'm going to allow the board members or the committee members will have an opportunity to ask you questions. I will start with member Jha.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Member Mercado, do you have any questions?
Yeah, can you just really briefly talk about your current employer and how are you being trained or incentivized? You mentioned quotas. Can you elaborate on that, please?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, can you just briefly tell me who you currently work for?
I work I own Ardent Medical Pharmacy.
Okay, so in that situation, how you mentioned that the corporate setting push you to meet quotas. Can you talk more about that? What does that mean?
This was 10 years ago when I was a PIC for big chain. It was just at that time, uh, it wasn't a quota, but it's just the more prescription you do, the more incentive you get and more bonuses you have a day. It's all, and when you work as a corporate, right now I own my own pharmacy and I don't work for a corporate, but back then, when you work for a corporate, your bonus was based on how many prescriptions you fill, how much profit you bring into the chain.
So in terms of monetizing from your own business, how do you decide to put the public safety before your own personal profits?
Patient safety is a number one concern. Like I said in the beginning, I made some mistakes. I filled these prescriptions without checking them thoroughly, and I fully take that responsibility and I owned it. Patient safety right now is number one. Well, every prescriptions, whether it's control or non-control, we check against their file, check against their history, make sure it's appropriate. It doesn't have to be just controlled to check for that. We have pediatrics, a lot of pediatric prescription. We have in our building with the pediatric that every prescription that comes in, check, make sure the weight is correct, the medication is correct for the patient. It is the number one thing. And when the patients are happy, they come back to you. If they know that you changed the prescription for them because it could have put their kid at danger, they come back. And we had a lot of patients that we gained throughout the year just because they filled one prescription and they found out, well, this was a higher dose or this was inappropriate, that we called and changed. And we told them, well, we need to verify it. We changed a little bit. And they were so happy that they transferred their own prescriptions to my pharmacy.
So how much time do you say you spend educating the public on the prescriptions they're receiving and on the levels of medication? I do see here that one of the issues you were having is CDC, recommends that you don't dispense any opiate of 90 ME per day. How are you addressing that now to make sure that you're not starting patients at the higher dosage that you're not supposed to?
The story was passed, and it was the doctor claimed that these were workers' comp patient that waiting for surgery. We honestly did not check MEs back then, but right now every prescription that comes in, we actually decreased our narcotics a lot. Only fill whatever it's from my building that comes down. If a new patient comes in, we have to know all the diagnosis. If there is anything, we check. We even call to get if they have a CT scan, MRI, check all of those, put that on file before we fill any new prescriptions. Check MMEs, any red flags, check cures, go through it, make sure there's not combining it with any other cocktail, whether it's a muscle relaxant or any other benzodiazepine. We check all of those for every patient anyway. And anybody that's taking either higher dose or anything like that, we do require the doctor to send us if they have any MRI, CAT scan, or anything to put on file, make sure everything is legit and correct before we fill it.
And just one last question here. Can you tell us, nobody's perfect. Can you tell us of a case where you or your staff made an error and you were able to address it before you harmed the public?
These prescriptions, when I found that in 2000, we start filling in 2017 to 2019. 2019, I found out that they honestly, like the dose is not changing. There's no surgeries being done because they were supposedly workers' comp. After that, I stopped it immediately and told the doctors that we're not filling their prescriptions. And I told the patient, I cannot fill any of these prescriptions without nothing has changed in the diagnosis, nothing has changed, no surgeries. Dose is not changing, and we stopped them on 2019 as soon as we realized that none of these patients are going through any surgeries as they were promised from the beginning.
Just really briefly, can you give us a case scenario of in the last year where you've addressed a mistake and you were able to protect the public based on your new knowledge and a more curated approach to information and how it affects the public?
We had a prescription that came from our pediatric from upstairs. It was for antibiotic that was really high dose. I asked the mom how old was the patient, checked the weight, ask her what was the diagnosis as far as she knew, and the dose was really high. So I called upstairs, talked to the nurse practitioner. She wasn't sure, talked to the doctor that was on duty at that time, her supervisor, and they found out that they made a mistake with the dose, which was really high dose, and it could have caused seizure if the patient would have been on it for the 10-day course that the doctor had given. And we changed it, told the mom, this is the new dose, make sure this is how much they take. They were really happy. And everybody were happy. The doctor was happy that we do double check their nurse practitioner's work. That's the most
All right,
recent
thank you.
one
No
we
further
did.
questions.
All right, thank you. Member Sandhu, do you have any questions?
It's a short question. Thank you very much. Seems like you've done quite a bit of work from where you were, where you are. Initial statement that you said that contributing factor, if I heard you right, was a trusting and stress. And there was an excellent example that Attorney General Jarvis pointed out of trust, where you handled a friend refused to fill. So that's a great behavior. I think that's the kind of thing that will keep you going forward. But in terms of stress, if I heard it right, is there anything that you doing differently that to cope with the stress that comes in doing the job that was contributing?
Actually, the course that I took for as a part of my rehabilitation that I was ordered to take, they talked about how much stress you have at work and what you should. It was a great course. I honestly, in the beginning, I'm like, okay, another course we have to take, but it was the greatest course that I had taken, and it was in 2 parts. You take one 8 hours during the day, and then 6 months later they follow up with what you have done with that. And they even teach you in that class how to deal with your stress at work. What would you do? How would you do that with your family? What you should do? And honestly, the 2 8-hour course that I took, it was one of the most rewarding course. How to deal with the stress at work and how to do something with your family to de-stress that. It is a lot of stress at work, but you have to, when you come home, you have to deal with it, and you have to do something to overcome that stress. And it was a great course that they took. I really enjoyed it, and I wish everybody could take it. I would recommend it.
Thank you very much. And no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Member Jay, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thanks. No questions.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair Thibault, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you so much. Dr. Farzandust, I know you're presenting your 2 cases together, the pharmacy and your personal license. When we deliberate about this, we can look at them separately. So you talked about the reason you wanted your pharmacy license to not be restricted because of the PBMs. But it's my understanding that that only applies to the pharmacy license and not your personal. So can you, 1, clarify for me if your personal license is causing any issues around the PBMs, and then 2, share why it's important for your personal license to be unrestricted as well?
When they ask you on those questions from PBMs, it's the pharmacist license, PIC, and also the pharmacy license. So it's both that affects their decision of recredentialing. Their questionnaire is always is the pharmacy license on probation, and is the pharmacist or pharmacy in charge PIC license is on probation, that you have to explain that. So it's not just the pharmacist because I'm a PIC, that affects it also because I run the pharmacy.
Okay, great. And then my only other question was, you talked about that you have a documented check that you now use for opioids and benzos before filling those prescriptions. For the pharmacist in the room, could you just walk us through what's included in your check? Is it like a form that you use and document and attach? Like what exactly does that look like?
Okay, we check for every prescription, whether it's opioid, check for MMEs, check. It's a not that like a form that we have, like we check it off, but so check for MMEs, check, make sure that the doctor that's prescribing it, they're not just call themselves pain management. They actually check the license against the medical board, check for any their pattern, check cures also for every prescriptions to see if they're on other cocktails from other pharmacies, if it's not from me. And if they're doing multiple pharmacies, that's just one of the big red flags. Also, how they're going to pay for the prescription. Is it going to be cash, or is it going to be some kind of an insurance or third party involved? Usually, now I learned that if it's cash, most of the time it's not kosher to fill. But if it's because insurances stop it immediately when you run. I mean, you see it, and also if they use insurance, it's less likely that. So we check for that, how they paying for it, where the doctor is located compared to where the pharmacy is, where the patient is located, where we are. In my area, there's a lot of pharmacies around me. So why did they come to me? If it's a doctor out of the area, if it's doctor pain management, what is their specialty? All those things that we check, make sure. And again, the doses, why they start, if it's a high dose or if it's a starting dose, going through all of those before we dispense it and consider it.
Great, that's very helpful. I don't have any further questions at this time. Just wanted to thank you for coming before our committee today. We appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, do you have any follow-up questions?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Farzam Doost, would you like to call? I should have asked you beginning. Would you like to call any other witnesses on your behalf, or do you have any documents that you'd like to upload?
No, but I just want to express my sincere appreciation to the opportunity that I could appear today. This process taught me a great deal about accountability, patience, and professionalism. I'm committed to continuing my practice with integrity, maintaining the highest standard of pharmacy care. Just want to thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, would you like to deliver any closing remarks?
Yes, thank you. At this time, I do not see any harm to the public if this petition is granted, and so I leave it up to the collective wisdom of the committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And then just to be certain, Dr. Farzam Doost, would you like to add anything else in terms of a closing remark?
No, thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, then do you submit the matter?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Jarvis, is the matter submitted?
It is. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. With that, that concludes the petition hearing in this matter. The record is closed, the case is submitted, and we are off the record.
Great, thank you. I think at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break for our morning break. I don't like random numbers, so let's come back at 10:55 to make that nice and even.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. All right, it's 10:55, so if all the committee members can come back, I'll do a roll call vote before we get started. Okay, I see everybody on the screen, but I'll call you out just in case. KK Job. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you all hear?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. There you are. Sorry about that. Claudia Mercado.
Present.
Thank you. Jay Newell.
Present. Nobody over 18 in the room.
Thank you, Jay. Satinder Sandhu.
Present. Number over 18. Under 18.
Thank you. And I am here, so we are ready. I believe we're turning it over to ALJ Block this time. We're ready whenever you are.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Do we have Mr. Colta present? Mr. Colta or Mr. Weinberg present?
This is the moderator. Bear with us just a moment, please.
All right.
Yes, I am present. This is Mina Colta.
All right, Mr. Colta, are you present with counsel?
Yes, I have Mr. Weinberg, but he is in different location.
All right. We'll wait for Mr. Weinberg.
This is the moderator. Just for clarification, will Mr. Weinberg be logging in a different spot from you, or will he be sharing the camera with you?
He is in a different spot.
Okay. And we expect him to log in differently.
Yes.
And I can ask the moderator, do you see Mr. Weinberg, or should I try giving him a call?
Giving a call would be great. Mr. Weinberg is not logged into WebEx.
All right. Then, Your Honor, with your permission, I'll go ahead and call him.
Please. Thank you for doing that.
I think it's okay to give a few minutes, but if it doesn't look like they're going to be here soon, if no one objects, I think we can move on to the next petitioner and come back. But let's try calling them first and see.
Okay.
Let me verify with Corinne that that's okay if they're not here. Corinne, are we able to skip to the next person if counsel isn't here?
Yes, you have the discretion to change the order of the hearings if you so desire.
Okay, I'll give a few minutes and then we can go from there. Thank you.
So Mr. Weinberg did answer the call. He said that he had stepped out of the conference room and he will head back there right now to log in.
Okay, great.
While we're waiting, I'll take this opportunity to ask my fellow committee members, do you all have a strong preference on going to lunch earlier or later? Do you want to go like right at 12, or are you cool with pushing through and maybe going closer to like 1 o'clock? No preference from Jay.
I'm okay pushing through.
No preference.
Okay. All right. So we'll plan to push through if we can and go to this on the slightly later side. But please let me know if anyone changes their mind, needs a bio break, anything like that.
This is the moderator. Mr. Weinberg, you should be able to unmute at will.
Where am I? Oh, there's that handsome fellow.
All right. Mr. Weinberg is with us now.
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and go on record. We're on record before the California Board of Pharmacy Disciplinary Petition Committee to review the petition for reinstatement of Mina Colta. This is board case number 7173, Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2025 110811. We established before going on record that a quorum of the committee is present. May I have the appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, good morning. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Good morning, Ms. Jarvis.
Good morning. My name is Herbert Weinberg of the firm of Much Cellist, and I'm here representing the petitioner, Minicolta, in his petition for reinstatement of his license.
Good morning, Mr. Weinberg, and good morning to you, Mr. Colta.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Parties prepared to proceed?
One question, Your Honor. Will Mr. Weinberg be on video, or is he and I just can't see him?
Well, I was a moment ago, but can you see me?
You are still on video. Give us a
There we
moment.
go.
We will. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Then yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Jarvis, I will turn to you first to present the petition and provide an overview of the case.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That was very garbled. Was that for me?
Yes, Ms. Jarvis, I will turn to you first to present the petition, provide an overview of the case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this matter arose via an accusation which was filed on October 20th, 2021 against petitioner Mina A. Colta, also known as Matt Colta, both in his individual capacity as a pharmacist and as the co-owner and pharmacist in charge, or PIC, of True Care Pharmacy. Effective February 2nd of 2022, both petitioners were revoked by default. More than 3 years have passed since the default, rendering the petitioners eligible for this petition. Petitioner here, however, is only seeking to reinstate his personal pharmacist license, not the pharmacy license. Additionally, just a note here for the board and for the record, this petitioner does have a link with another petition being heard today. I believe the petition being heard next for Han Sam Corp. Doing business as Rivers Edge Pharmacy. In that, Genevieve Benjamin, the CEO and pharmacist for Rivers Edge, was also a 50% co-owner and COO of the pharmacy at issue here, the True Care license. Now, that license did expire in December of 2018 before it was revoked by default in January of 2022. But both of these cases were proceeding also at approximately the same time. So that's just for the board's knowledge and for the record so that we are clear that there is this sort of minimal link between these two petitions. Overall, this is a fraud and criminal conviction case. In August of 2020, petitioner was convicted on his plea of guilty to knowingly and willfully making a materially false statement and representation to federal law enforcement. This was a felony. Petitioner was ordered to serve 1 day in prison with credit for time served and was placed on probation for 3 years. He was ordered to pay a $100 special assessment fee to the court and ordered to pay $3.1 million in restitution to the Defense Health Agency. The facts underlying the conviction are that petitioner lied to agents of the FBI and the Defense Criminal Investigative Service during an investigation into True Care Pharmacy and his own conduct and involvement in a scheme to fraudulently bill government agencies for compounded drugs. Petitioner told these agents, the lie, that he had never heard of a specific individual or pharmacy, when in truth, petitioner had negotiated a contract with that individual and that pharmacy for the payment of fees in exchange for the referral of prescriptions to be filled by True Care Pharmacy. In addition, during the investigation, petitioner admitted that he, on behalf of True Care Pharmacy, paid referral fees for workers' compensation medication prescriptions, even though he knew at the time that it was illegal, and he admitted that he filled prescriptions which appeared to be suspicious or even prescriptions that he actually believed were fraudulent. So the causes for discipline arising from these facts were that the first cause for discipline, of course, being convicted of a felony, and the second cause for discipline was committing dishonest acts. The third cause for discipline in the accusation was unprofessional conduct for all of the above. In addition, petitioner had been issued 2 prior citations for sterile compounding and drug security violations, and for insurance fraud, dishonest acts, and failure to maintain pharmacy records. So to the present day. With this petition, petitioner provided the following documents. First, a personal statement, wherein petitioner acknowledges making mistakes and takes full responsibility for his actions. Petitioner states that the practice of pharmacy is his calling, and he wishes to be able to be a role model for his daughters. Petitioner provided certification of 40.25 hours of continuing education courses, which were taken from October of 2023 through December of 2025. Petitioner also provided proof of completion of the board's 1-hour ethics course and the 1-hour pharmacy law 2025 course. Petitioner also provided a copy of the default and a copy of the plea agreement with the federal government, which outlines specifically what he admitted to. There is also a letter confirming that petitioner has satisfied the terms of his probation and his probation has expired with the Federal Probation Office on April 22nd, 2025. Petitioner also provided 4 letters of recommendation, all of which were able to be verified by board staff. These letters are excellent in that the authors clearly know petitioner, they are aware of the discipline against his license and the conviction, and they essentially argue that petitioner has rehabilitated and deserves a second chance to prove himself. I would also like to note that in the plea agreement or in the criminal documents, it does mention that petitioner did actually wear a wire and confer with the individual who was also the target of this proceeding. So petitioner contributed to the criminal case. He worked with law enforcement in order to bring down sort of the bigger fish as well during this criminal case proceeding. So despite the untruthfulness at the beginning of the investigation, petitioner did redeem himself somewhat in regards to that investigation. So at this time, I would like to move as Exhibit 1, the petition packet, which consists of all the documents just identified, a memorandum to the board from staff, the notice of hearing, the consent for electronic recording, and the underlying decision in order for all purposes.
Any objection, Mr. Weinberg?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will cede the floor to petitioner and his counsel.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Weinberg.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to get right to Mr. Coulter's testimony.
All right.
Matt,
Mr.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mr. Coulter, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Coulter. Mr. Weinberg.
Yes. Matt, you heard Deputy Attorney General Jarvis's presentation of the case. Is there anything that was stated that either you object to or believe not to be true?
No, I believe everything Attorney General shared is true, and all the details. That is correct.
Okay. So, since your license was revoked, let me back up for a second. Are you married?
No, I was divorced after, a few years ago.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 2 daughters. They're 19 and 20.
Okay. And are you contributing to their support in any manner?
Yes, I'm the main support for them for all their, expenses. Yes.
Okay. So since your license to practice pharmacy had been revoked, how, if at all, how are you earning a living to support these 2 children?
It was hard. I tried to, have a business, a med spa, and then COVID was a pandemic had affected that, and I had to. It was another loss, and then I started to do driving, Lyft, Uber for a couple, 2.5 years maybe. Worked to help as a consultant for a construction company at one time, a restaurant, for people I know that, they trust me. They understand that I have knowledge about business. So I was helping him with the structure. So I helped someone open a med spa too, because I had some knowledge about that from my experience as in that industry. So I was trying to, make a living here and there to stay. I had filed a bankruptcy too at some point, so that didn't help with a lot of things that I can do. So yeah, that was mainly what I was doing.
Okay. Seems like life has become more difficult for you since you're deprived of your license. But
yeah,
my understanding is, and the reason we're here is, I assume that the practice of pharmacy is your passion, and you'd like to get on with your life in your chosen profession.
Yes, I do. I've been a pharmacist for a very long time, maybe 24 years, even before getting licensed in California. And it is my passion. My passion is patient support, take care of my patients. I always have that personal relationship with patients, some of them until now. It is my call. I have pride to be a pharmacist, to take care of patients, to learn new things, to help my patients. And that's what I want to do. And I want to be, again, a role model for my daughters. One of them is going to med school, and the other one's starting, business school in Miami. They're successful, they're smart, and I want to come back to be that role model for them in life at some point. And this is my chance because I don't know how to do anything else. And I made a mistake. I should have been more careful, more understanding of what I'm doing, but I was not, and I take full responsibility. I have tried to rehabilitate after this with therapy and with work with mentors and people that can bring me back, to help me to come back again on my feet and see that there is a chance and a hope in the future.
And you mentioned that you had undergone therapy, and the purpose of that was to. What was the purpose of entering into therapy?
It was a big shock for me what happened, and it would affected my obviously. It was, it was a major thing that happened in my life, and then after that, it led to a divorce, and then I felt I needed someone to talk to kind of understand why that happened, how I can get out of that as a better man, good man, be able to, sustain, be a human, be a good father, be a good professional again. You lose confidence in yourself sometimes after these things happen, and we need someone to, reinforce that and talk to you. And I believe that helped me a lot. I am more confident now, more understanding of what happened and how I want to make sure that nothing like that would ever happen again, because I don't want to wish it to anybody. And I want to be the right person for my daughters, for the community, for my patients, and go back to do the thing I did for many, many years.
But hopefully to do it better.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now I'll be way more cautious, way more careful than any time in my life.
Well, you're aware that one of the primary functions of the Board of Pharmacy is the protection of the public health and safety. And you're in front of this tribunal, which consists not only of His Honor and Deputy Attorney General, but all the members of the Board of Pharmacy. I assume your aim is to convince them that the person who is guilty of these lapses is not the person before them. What
No,
can
he's
you
not.
say? Let me finish my thought. What can you say to them to bring them on your side, so to speak, and convince them to act, to basically to grant your petition for reinstatement?
I would tell them that I know the accusation there are very as they look, but I take full responsibility for those actions, and then when you do that, you understand what you have done, and you want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And that's my goal, is to be a good pharmacist, be a good provider to, to all these patients and to the community, be a good role model to my daughters, to the youth that I serve in church, and to my family who stood next to me in this hard time, that was in shock too. And they're all medical providers, they're all people that contribute to the community, great people. And so I will tell you that I promise I will be the best and to my ability pharmacist that will be contributing to this community or any community I'm in as a pharmacist, and providing health counseling and dispensing medications to my patients, because that was always my priority. And I take my medications to my patients myself sometimes if they cannot make it to the pharmacy. I was always about service, and they're getting their medications as soon as they can. So that's how I am. That's my nature. There was a mistake that happened, one mistake that kind of changed my life, and I take accountability for it, but I want to take my life back, and I want to be back and doing that. What I like to do. Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Ms. Jarvis, questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Colta, do you have your PharmD? Is it Dr. Colta?
No, it's a registered pharmacist. I'm a registered pharmacist.
Okay. So, Mr. Colta, when did you file bankruptcy?
That was after, I think it's don't quote me, I'm sorry, 2022, I think 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
So let me just say you're under oath, so you can't say don't quote me.
Okay, all right. So I apologize. I don't remember exactly the year. I apologize, because it was a couple years ago.
Was it after your conviction?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. It was a process, so it took some time to be effective. But when I filed, I'm sorry, did you say when did the bankruptcy was effective, or when did I file?
Whichever date you can remember would be sufficient.
I think I filed in 2022, but again, I don't want to. Yeah, but it was after my conviction. Yes.
Okay. So your pharmacy license, the True Care Pharmacy, had actually expired in 2018. So at that point, your pharmacy was closed, right?
Correct.
So what did you do from 2018 until the conviction in 2020?
I was not working for a while. Then I was kind of a partner in a med spa, open a med spa, because I could not do anything related to the pharmacy. And then unfortunately COVID hit, and that was unfortunate. We had to close down, and I was not doing much for a long time, basically.
Can you elaborate on that? Why couldn't you do anything related to pharmacy from the time your pharmacy license expired? Hold on, let me finish.
I'm so sorry.
Your pharmacy license expired in 2018 until 2020.
I was, I was involved in that, and after what happened, it was just a lot to handle. I don't know if I work for someone, they know what happened, and that's why I did not work. I was helping some, people sometimes with some things. They call me, oh, we have this. What do you think we can do? But I did not have a solid job as a pharmacist.
So at the time that you allowed your pharmacy license to expire in 2018, you were aware of the criminal investigation and the criminal charges?
Yes, it was going.
At this time, what would you do now if your license were to be restored? Would you be looking to open another pharmacy?
No, I don't think I would be opening another pharmacy. I just want to have a living. That's just have an income, stable income, because I've been working basically daily on a day-to-day basis, driving or doing this. So it's always insecure. I had support from family and friends, thank God, but I just want to have a steady income. I'm not looking to open a pharmacy anytime soon. If I do, but I don't think that's not in my plans, no.
So do you understand that if your petition were to be granted, that you would most likely be placed on probation?
Yes.
And are you aware of the standard probation terms for pharmacy?
Not to the full extent. I kind of have an idea that I have to be on probation. The employer has to know that. I have to disclose it. And I think there's minimum hours I have to work per month. But until the probation is over, but that's all I know.
And are you willing to comply with those terms that you're aware of?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know if you've been here throughout the petition hearings this morning, but you may be aware that when a pharmacist is on probation, it can be more difficult for them to find a job. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Do you currently have any ideas of who might employ you if you were to be a pharmacist on probation?
No. I would start to call people. If I get it, I would start calling people I know and see if they're willing. I have a few close friends over the years that I hope that they will be okay to do it. But I don't know what the impact. I have listened to the last actually 2 testimonies. I'm not sure what would be the impact on their PBMs, or that was the first time I hear that today, how that affects them as a pharmacy. So that's something I was gonna counsel with Mr. Weinberg after this, if things go well, hopefully.
So I'd like you to reach back in your memory to pretty much before 2018. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you essentially feel that you made one mistake and that has led to all of this. What do you think your one mistake was?
Trusting something that was too good to be true and kind of not. I called doctors. I don't know if I should go into details of the case itself, but I called doctors that I thought they were doctors and they were not. Then I found out after that by the government that they had phone numbers, the names, everything, and they were scam. It was a big scam. And I stopped after maybe 2 months of this, but it was, the billing was high, and because I felt like something is off. But it was, and then the other mistake is that when I panicked, when people came and I said, no, I don't know these people, that was my biggest mistake. I should have just said the truth, but I was not in a good state of mind at the time. That was another mistake, yes. But I think things could have been way different if I, said the truth right away. But as soon as they said, you're not who are we looking for? We're looking for the actual people that was running all this scheme nationwide. And I said, okay, I'll cooperate. Whatever you ask me, I'll do. And like you mentioned, I did the wire. I was like in a movie. So, I did everything they asked, and they were appreciating of what I did. And so yeah, that was the one mistake, because before that I had no problem at whatsoever with the board pharmacy, with any law enforcement, with anything. My life was, I'm a very normal guy. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I'm normal family, but this one mistake definitely, yeah, changed everything.
So it sounds to me like your argument here is basically that you made the mistake by trusting the wrong people, and so you got involved in this scheme, and then your second mistake essentially was telling the lie about the scheme that led to all of this.
Correct.
Okay. When you trusted the wrong people, and you made a comment, you said that this was kind of too good to be true. How did you get involved in that? Like, how did you get to the point where you were willing to make these statements, and the fraud that was found when with your trust? Like, I understand trusting the wrong people, but you also had your professional responsibilities. Back then, how did you correlate the two?
Well, people say, "Oh, we're gonna bring this business to you, and it's good business," and you feel like, okay, maybe it's good. But I still did my due diligence on them, and I was calling patients. Patients were real. They would pick up the phone, say, "Yes, this medication for us." So I did my part, but I still should have, made sure that it is good to be true, because it's high reimbursement. I was always a goal my goal with my pharmacy was I was licensed in many states. I did all these licenses myself. My goal passion was compounding, sterile compounding. I was doing sterile compounding for pain, like morphine pumps and fentanyl, like very sophisticated things, hormones. Got licensed all these states. Maybe I could have been a HIMSS company now if I, was on the right track, because that was my goal. Because I've seen how compounding changes people's lives with these certain medications that is customized for them. But because of that, I was a target always for people that's coming to want to do business. And, I have a pharmacy that's licensed in many states. And I always said no. I said, like, if it looks too good to be true, or something that's off right, I said no. I was offered many times, marketers calling you every day, knocking on your door. But I was always, no, I'm not going to do it. And for some reason, this one time, I, trusted someone that I should not, or I didn't follow my guts. And that's what happened.
And then what was Miss Benjamin's role in your pharmacy, your 50% co-owner?
She was a co-owner of the company, and she had some consultant role at some point, but not involved in the operation.
So her title on your application and on the license was Chief Operations Officer, COO.
Yeah.
Why would she have that title if she was not involved in operations?
She had another pharmacy too that she involved in. Her husband, Hanny Benjamin, was like, they were both co-owners, I would say, but she's the one that was on the as a CEO of the company, as a title, as a 50% owner. But I guess distance-wise, where she lives, and she was not on a daily operational. But when it comes to a lot of things, she was involved, administrative at some point if needed. But as far as operation, she was not involved.
Okay. I have no other questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. We will now turn it over to questions for the board, or from the board rather, starting with Member Ja.
No question, Your Honor.
All right. Member Mercado?
Yes. Can you just tell us what added value you will bring to the profession now if you were to get your license?
I will make sure I can counsel my patients about everything they ask. I will make sure that they're getting the right treatment as soon as I can provide it. I will make sure that their whole profile is there's no contraindications or anything that can affect their health. I can make sure that I'm available for them anytime they need to talk to a pharmacist, because that's what I believe in, is the professional relationship and a personal relationships that I always had with my patients. Most of them had my cell phone number. They can call me anytime, even after hours, if they have any questions or if they have any concerns. I want to bring that back again, and I want to add that value. That's my passion. That's what I do. I used to work longer hours of the pharmacy if needed to get the job done. And that's what I want to do.
So you mentioned that you're willing to give patients your cell phone number. What will stop you from being a victim of somebody trying to take your goodwill or your friendship for their personal benefit?
No, as far as a patient,
Yes, I mean, you're building a relationship with patients by giving them your cell phone number. That's how you think you're gonna build rapport?
no, that's not something I do with every patient, but some patients, I know they're older, they might need something after hours. We did also some home infusions at some point that required more attention to these patients. So I don't give my cell phone to every single patient at the pharmacy, of course, but I was always willing, if you need anything after hours, you can call me, or with patients that I feel like would need that. But I was showing that as an example of something that I would do for my patients.
Okay, and then in your statement, you mentioned that you're going to be more cautious. You promised to do your best. Can you just give us more detail at what, you're making these promises to us. What does your best mean for sterile compounding? What does more cautious mean? There's some pharmacists here on the committee. I'm a public member. I really want to understand where you are mentally, because you did mention that you had a mental lapse and you let somebody trick you into something that was unlawful. I do feel that, you did get a sense of that you were doing things right, but just explain to us what your promise really means, doing your best.
Doing my best, meaning following the right policies and procedure in every aspect of the pharmacy business. So as far as dispensing medications, I never had any problem with control medication. I know how to handle that. But basically, what I need to make sure that every prescription is valid. There's no fraud whatsoever involved in any way. NDCs matching, everything, invoices, everything in the aspect of operating the business legitimately has to be done to the T. There's nothing to be missing, which I know how to do, and I always did. So that's the promise I make to myself and to the people I'm going to be working with, and whoever's going to trust me to work as a pharmacist for him. That's what I always do. I mean, being cautious, more cautious being, I will not make that mistake again. And I will make sure that every SOP that we have at the pharmacy is followed, step-by-step documentation is done in every step of the way.
Okay, and just, if we were to grant you the license, you'd be put in probation. That's kind of something that we have to discuss. But what else will you do outside of our requirements to bring you back to become the best pharmacist you can be, outside of whatever we tell you to do?
Objection. I believe that this is asked and answered.
Okay.
This inquisition, I don't see how
Well,
the
let me rephrase that.
can add anything more than has already been asked of him.
Okay, the objection is overruled. You can answer.
What else can I do outside? Is that what the question was? I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean, it seems
I
to
got
me
a
that
little
you,
confused.
yeah, I'll rephrase the question. It seems to me that you say this is your calling, this is your profession, you enjoy what you do. So on a personal level, I'm trying to understand, how would you go above the requirements for you to be the best you can be, because you said you want to be the best in your profession, outside of the scope of whatever we decide?
Well, I have to be the man, improve myself as a man, which I do every day. And I respect everybody's beliefs, but being, in my belief, I'm a Christian person, and I feel my relationship with God gives me that opportunity to improve myself on a daily basis. I've always served in my church since I was in my teens. That was my calling too in life. That's what I do. That's what satisfies me. That's what makes me a better person. And when you have that, your morals and your standards and everything becomes of above and beyond because you have someone to answer to that is watching. And I deal with everybody the same way I want to be dealt with. And that makes me a better person because I will always give the attention to service that people deserve to get. So that's what I would do outside the scope of business, is to work on myself as a human, as a father, to two daughters that I want to raise the right way.
No further questions. Thank you.
Member Newell?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Member Sandhu?
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Questions been asked, the one I wanted to ask. Thank you.
All right. And Madam Chair Tebow? I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Madam Chair Tebow?
Oh, sorry. Could you not hear my answer? I do not have any further questions. Sorry.
All right. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Jarvis?
No follow-up, thank you.
Mr. Weinberg, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Coulter has eloquently answered questions that have been put to him, and hope that the board will take into consideration his petition and favor it.
All right. Any further witnesses or evidence, Mr. Weinberg?
None, Your Honor.
All right. With that, we will move on to closing remarks. Ms. Jarvis, I will turn to you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like the board to keep in mind when deciding on this petition that there was approximately $4,000 in investigation and prosecution costs set forth in the default. While I will not take a position on this petition and will leave reinstatement or not to the judgment of the board, if reinstatement were to be granted, please provide a lengthy probation term for monitoring and order that underlying restitution be paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Weinberg.
I have no closing statement, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Coulter, I'm sure Mr. Weinberg has gone over this with you, but the board will go into closed session at the end of the day today for deliberations. You and Mr. Weinberg will be notified of the board's decision at a later date, okay?
Okay, so Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
The matter is submitted, the record is closed, and we are off the record. Thank you, Mr. Coulter.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Thank you.
All right. You as well. All right. Madam Chair Tebow, do you wish to just continue on with the next petition?
Yes, we're going to keep going for now. Probably after the next one, we'll break for lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I believe the next petition is the River's Edge petition. Do we have Mr. Petrozelka with us?
This is the moderator. It would be helpful if you raised your hand. Thank you very much.
Good
Should
morning.
be
Good morning. All right. We're on record before the California Board of Pharmacy Disciplinary Petition Committee to review the petition for early termination of probation of Hansan Corporation, doing business as River's Edge Pharmacy, and Genevieve Benjamin, its CEO. This is board case number 6934 and 6935. Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025-110-812. We established before going on record that a quorum of the committee is present. May I have the appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I am appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ivan Petrzelka on behalf of Hansam Corporation, doing business as River's Edge Pharmacy.
Good morning. And Ms. Benjamin is present as well. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Are both sides prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Jarvis, I will turn to you first to present the petition and provide an overview of the case.
Thank you. This matter arose via an accusation filed on May 4th, 2022. This was a complicated accusation. It was also a statement of issues. The accusation was against 3 pharmacies, and the statement of issues denied licensure for 2 pharmacies and a wholesaler. All were owned and or operated by Haney Samuel Benjamin and Genevieve Sabry Benjamin, who were also charged in the accusation, but who are not petitioning here today for their personal licenses. The only petition being heard here today is for the one sort of pharmacy remaining standing, which was the River's Edge Pharmacy, which was placed on probation. The decision and order in this case revoked or upheld the denial of all pharmacy and wholesaler license, except River's Edge. The probation was 4 years and became effective on August 24th, 2022. More than 2 years of this probation term has passed, therefore rendering this petitioner eligible for this petition. And a side note here as well for the record, and so that the board is aware, this petitioner has a link with the other petitioner who was heard just moments ago, Mr. Minna A. Colta. Genevieve Benjamin was the co-owner, 50% owner, and COO of True Care Pharmacy with Mr. Colta. Now that license, the True Care Pharmacy license, expired in December of 2018 and was not renewed, and then thereafter was revoked by default in January of 2022. We obviously discussed the facts of that particular case during Mr. Colta's petition, but I needed to ensure that the record for this case is also clear about this link, and the events of that case were actually occurring at approximately the same time as the events for this particular case. So overall, this is a fraud case. Interestingly, it was fraud against Cardinal Health and the drug manufacturer Genentech. The scheme, as I understand it from the accusation, was that petitioner, as well as the other 2 pharmacies involved, all closed-door specialty pharmacies, entered into partnerships with 3 physicians in order to purchase expensive oncology drugs at discounted prices. Cardinal Health and Genentech operated a program in order to sell drugs at discounted prices to freestanding, physician-owned, solo or group practices who were treating patients for cancer on an outpatient basis. By purchasing these drugs at these discounted prices in affiliation with these physicians, petitioner affirmed, certified, and signed declarations affirming that the drugs purchased at these prices would only be used by these physicians for their patients. But in fact, from at least February of 2017 through March of 2020, petitioner and the other 2 pharmacies purchased expensive drugs at these discounted prices and then transferred these drugs to other commonly controlled pharmacies, which in turn then sold these drugs to patients who were not being treated by those 3 physicians. Additionally, in some cases, petitioners' technicians and clerks signed for and received these drugs rather than any pharmacist. During the board's investigation, it was also discovered that petitioners bought sold, or transferred both expired and unexpired oncology drugs from an unlicensed individual. So the causes for discipline arising from these facts were the first cause, committing dishonest, fraudulent, or deceitful acts. The second cause for discipline was knowingly making or signing documents that falsely represented facts. The third cause for discipline was specifically against both Haney and Genevieve Benjamin's individual pharmacist licenses for aiding and abetting the unlicensed practice of wholesaling for their corporation, HanSam Corp. The fourth cause for discipline was against a pharmacy, not Petitioner River's Edge, but RE Community Pharmacy. This was also against Genevieve Benjamin individually and another pharmacist named Lisa Lufty for purchasing and warehousing dangerous drugs from an unlicensed wholesaler. The fifth cause for discipline was against current petitioner River's Edge Pharmacy for transferring expired and unexpired dangerous drugs from an individual to River's Edge Pharmacy and then warehousing those drugs. The sixth cause for discipline was against this petitioner, River's Edge Pharmacy, for the unauthorized receipt of drugs for allowing pharmacy technicians and clerks to sign for and receive those dangerous drugs. And then the seventh cause for discipline was for general unprofessional conduct for all of the above. But on to the present day. Petitioner has been completely compliant with probation. Petitioner's probation monitor has not found any major issues during inspections, and any minor issues were corrected immediately. In one instance, during an inspection of petitioner's sterile compounding side, which was not involved in the accusation, it was discovered that petitioner's policy and procedure on cleaning did not accurately reflect the cleaning solutions actually used, and petitioner was able to submit an updated policy resolving that issue within the week. Petitioner has also had a consultant during probation, and no issues have been identified by the consultant. Petitioner finished reimbursing the board's investigation and prosecution costs in the amount of $70,000 back in 2024. And petitioner also paid a $10,000 administrative fine in the amount of $10,000 in 2022. So with the petition, petitioner also provided the following documents. First, a letter written by petitioner's attorney outlining the changes and exceptional care now provided by petitioner, as well as outlining some of the hardships suffered as a result of the probation. Specifically, some payors canceled their contracts with petitioner, which has led to a significant decline in business. Petitioner also provided an affidavit signed by both Haney and Genevieve Benjamin, in which they state that they accept the consequences for their errors in judgment and accept that they allowed a severe lapse in their judgment to occur. In addition, for the curious, Haney Benjamin has surrendered his pharmacist license at this point, and while he is still the owner of the company, he is really not involved in the day-to-day operations. He is now an ordained priest of the Coptic Orthodox Church. Genevieve Benjamin is the CEO, and as I previously stated, she retains her pharmacist license on probation. Petitioner is currently licensed in 17 states and plans to further expand their service area. They have also added a position of pharmacy compliance officer in order to navigate multi-state licensing and regulatory compliance. Petitioner maintains accreditations from NABP, from URAC, the Utilization Review Accreditation Commission, and from ACHC, the Accreditation Commission for Healthcare. Petitioner also provided the confirmation letter from the board, granting a reduction in consultant visits from monthly to quarterly. There was also a declaration and a CV for Dr. Rafi Simonian, their consultant, which supports the petition and describes the monthly and then later quarterly inspections, each of which were conducted in person and lasted 4 hours or more, and reviewed all of petitioner's contracts for drug purchases and multiple invoices at each visit to confirm that drugs were always received and signed for by a pharmacist. Petitioner provided the certificates of accreditation previously mentioned. There are also copies of what appear to be 11 or so 5-star Yelp or Google reviews. There is a workflow audit process tool and pharmacy keeper verification. Petitioner also provided a chart of the COVID-19 vaccinations done by the pharmacy, over 2,000 in 2021 and 2,500 in 2022, for a total of nearly 5,000 from 2020 through 2023. And there is also a chart of COVID-19 infusion therapy, 532 infusions in 2021. There is also a listing of National Home Infusion Association's provider list, showing the petitioner is on the list, and a certificate of achievement from Riverside University Health System's Public Health for petitioner's efforts to vaccinate against COVID-19 in Riverside County. Petitioner also provided 2 letters from PBMs, Express Scripts, and Med Impact, terminating their services due to the probation. Finally, there were 7 letters of recommendation, and all 7 were able to be verified by board staff. Petitioner's compliance officer, that newly created position since the probation began, wrote one of the letters, and the consultant who also wrote that prior declaration and also wrote a letter. There's also a letter from a pharmacist who has worked with petitioner, as well as several clients of petitioner and a patient. I did want to linger on the patient's letter in particular a little bit, as he is quite persuasive. He has a neuromuscular disease and is wheelchair bound. The petitioner has been the most caring and concerned pharmacy he has ever dealt with, and he truly feels that petitioner and its staff cares about his well-being. Now, at this time, I would like to move as Exhibit 1, the petition packet consisting of all the documents just identified, and also a memorandum to the board from staff, the notice of hearing, the consent for electronic recording, and then 2 copies of the underlying decision order because one was provided with the petition, but the board also always has to submit the official copy as well for all purposes.
Any objection, Mr. Petrozelska?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will cede the floor to petitioner and her counsel.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Petrozelka.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Black, honorable members of the board. We would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the petition on behalf of Hansam Corporation doing business as Rivers Edge Pharmacy. And as Ms. Jarvis stated in her introductory statement, this petition is limited to the pharmacy itself. It does not petition for Ms. Benjamin, who appears on behalf of the corporation, although she has no ownership interest. She is the chief executive officer, and we felt that it would be best to have her testify on behalf of the corporation, as she has the most thorough knowledge of what's going on during the probation.
All right.
We acknowledge that these petitions are discretionary, and they're granted sparingly, and compliance with the probation terms is not sufficient to grant such petition in and of itself. We also acknowledge the board's mandate of public protection, notwithstanding any claims of hardship that a petitioner may have. The board always has to make decisions with the public interest in mind. And therefore, we're not here with any sense of entitlement, but we are humbly requesting a reprieve in light of the strong rehabilitation efforts that the petitioner had engaged in under the leadership of Dr. Genevieve Benjamin. Ms. Jarvis summarized the facts of the probation, 4 years probation effective August 24th, 2022, with the principal causes for discipline arising from improper distribution of certain pharmaceuticals that were subject to restricted distribution agreements, and in violation of these agreements, improper transfer of expired or unexpired dangerous drugs between entities, and various other operational and record-keeping deficiencies that ultimately led to the accusation. I would like to, however, provide a bit of clarity on the alleged association between the petitioner in this case and True Care Pharmacy, and there was the pharmacy owned previously by Mr. Kolta, whose petition was heard just a few minutes ago. The petitioner in the instant case is the pharmacy. There is and has never been any connection between Rivers Edge Pharmacy and the pharmacy owned by True Care by Mr. Kolta, notwithstanding the fact that Ms. Benjamin, in her personal capacity, was a shareholder in Mr. Kolta's pharmacy. There is no affiliation between this petitioner and Mr. Colta's pharmacy. The reasons to grant the petition, aside from the fact that the petitioner has been fully compliant with the terms of their probation, we intend to establish, both by the documentary evidence supplied with the petition and by the testimony provided herein, that the petitioner has gone above and beyond mere compliance. And we believe that the conduct of the pharmacy and the entire pharmacy team, including Dr. Benjamin, has been exemplary throughout the petition, throughout the probation period so far. And the petitioner has been continuously involved in corrective and mitigation actions that are intended to assure, one, that the lapses in judgment that occurred at the prior entity will not occur again, and that the services that are provided by Rivers Edge Pharmacy not only meet but exceed all the regulatory requirements. The offending conduct that led to this probation had occurred about 6 years ago at this point. And as Ms. Jarvis pointed out as well, there has been a significant hardship for the pharmacy resulting from the various cancellations of the contracts. But more importantly, a number of patients have been deprived of the opportunity to get service from the pharmacy with which they have been used to conduct business, but because of the cancellations of the contracts, they have been essentially forced to seek other providers where they may be receiving inferior service. And at this point, I would like to call Dr. Genevieve Benjamin, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Hansam Corporation and Rivers Edge Pharmacy.
All right. Dr. Benjamin, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Petrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Benjamin. Could you please confirm what is your position with Rivers Edge Pharmacy for the board?
Yes, good morning. My name is Genevieve Benjamin. I currently serve as the President CEO of Hansam Corp. Currently, Hansam Corp owns two pharmacies, Rivers Edge Pharmacy in Palm Desert, which is the petitioner pharmacy, and the other pharmacy is Rivers Edge Specialty Pharmacy in Irvine.
Okay. How long have you been in this position with Rivers Edge Pharmacy?
Since 2019, I have taken over the CEO position since Hani Benjamin stepped down.
Okay. Do you have any ownership interest in Hansam Corporation?
I do not have any ownership. Hani Benjamin continues to be the principal owner. He is currently not involved in the day-to-day operations. He has accepted his role as a full-time ordained priest for the Coptic Orthodox Church since 2018.
Are you licensed as a pharmacist?
Yes, I am. I have been practicing for close to 20 years.
And are you currently on probation?
Yes, I am. I actually, my role in Hansam Corp is mainly management and oversight. However, I do fulfill my role as a pharmacist in a limited scope to fulfill my terms of probation.
Are you the pharmacist in charge of the petitioner pharmacy?
No, I am not. Dr. Yan Sultan is the current pharmacist in charge. He currently has the full authority to manage the pharmacy and maintain it in full compliance.
So what is your primary engagement with the Hansam Corporation? Aside from being the CEO, but what does that mean from the practical standpoint?
Yes. So as a CEO, I am very active with Hansam in terms of oversight and management. Make sure that all departments work appropriately under full compliance. And that's why I do take full responsibility for the action that happened and that caused to this accusation, because I have been active in an executive leadership role in Hansam. So there's no excuse for these errors to occur, for these mistakes to occur, and I do take full responsibility for this.
So at this point, the pharmacy has been on probation for a little over 3 years.
Yes.
Your probation is for 4 years. So
Mhm.
you could have really done nothing and just sit back and let the probation run out. Why is it that you're petitioning the board now to shorten your probation when, during the settlement process, all parties have agreed to 4-year probation? What makes you come to the board now and say, well, I want it to be short?
Yes, thank you. First, as I have mentioned, I do take full responsibility for not letting these lapses of judgments occur. I am grateful for the opportunity that the board has allowed for us to mitigate our mistakes. They didn't have to, but they allowed it. And this is, to us, was very, very critical, more of like, our turning point. I'm also very grateful to be here today because I wanted to be able to meet with the board members in person to express my gratitude and to show them all the mitigation efforts that we have done, because I feel that we have done above and beyond what we can do to enforce patient safety.
Okay. So in your own words, could you tell us what you see were the principal reasons for this the complicated case that was filed against numerous entities several years ago and that resulted in your probation? Where did you go wrong?
Yes. So the way I see it, it's mainly collective lack of knowledge of rules and regulations and terms and conditions that identify our scope of practice as a pharmacy. That led to multiple mistakes, especially with the agreement that we had with the wholesaler, because we failed to follow its terms and conditions. And there's no excuse for that. Also, not enforcing the regulations that led to us doing multiple transfers between the pharmacies. And this is considered a wholesale activity. And at that time, we did not have a wholesale license. Of course, additional mistakes included the record keeping and also allowing technicians to sign for medications. So all of this was unacceptable.
So a few years ago, you said that you did not really have a good knowledge of the regulatory environment.
Mhm.
How about now?
So we have taken this as an opportunity not only to be compliant, but to really go above and beyond to ensure that these errors never happen again. So I personally took it very personal to educate myself on all rules and regulations. I have taken hundreds of continuing education units since my own personal probation. And then with the pharmacy, we have built a system in place in which, training is the key. Everybody gets trained on the updated rules and regulations. Policies and procedures are revised and reviewed on an annual basis. We have created a system to basically go above and beyond understanding of the rules and regulation, but also to implement them and to make sure to audit that we're doing it right.
So do you believe that you personally, as the chief executive of this company, that you have sufficient knowledge and understanding of the regulatory environment to lead the company on the path of safe practice of pharmacy?
Absolutely. With all the mitigation efforts we put, with the systems we put in place, I confirm that we are doing, again, an excellent job and to that level of excellence that will make the Board of Pharmacy proud.
Yeah. So in your affidavit, you mentioned that there have been some issues with access to care of your patients as a result of cancellation of PBM contracts. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, thank you. So we have had, as we have mentioned, cancellation of multiple PBMs, and also some accreditation has refused to renew our accreditation because of the probation. That has limited our scope of service. Our pharmacy is a high touch service. They provide specialty home infusion, and the location in Palm Desert offers sterile compounding services. And we focus on, we service California and 17 other states. We service rural areas and underserved areas. And unfortunately, with the cancellation of PBMs, we had to turn down patients. We were unable to service over 30% of our patients. It was very unfortunate because we had patients that wanted to continue with us because of the high touch service that we offer, and we could not. We had to transition them, and that was against their desire. And this is because of insurances. Also, we had to turn down patients that we know live in rural areas and have difficulty accessing care, but we just couldn't help because we were limited in our resources. So I am hoping that by showing the Board of Pharmacy today all our mitigation efforts, that they will be comfortable to help us reinstate our clear status so we can service our patients again.
Okay. So on these PBM cancellations and the non-renewal of one of your accreditations that you mentioned, do you believe that if the board were to grant your petition that these PBMs would reinstate the contract? Did they indicate so in their denials?
Yes, yes. So we are. This is our first goal after. If the board chooses to reinstate our clear status, is to get these insurances back and to renew our accreditation.
And so currently, how many accreditations do you have? Could you tell us a little bit more about what they mean and what they're good for?
Yes, yes. So currently we have 2 accreditations that are still active. One of them is ACHC, and we actually have a survey going on right now as we speak in our pharmacy in Palm Desert, and they're doing very well. And this covers sterile compounding, home infusion. We also have another accreditation, it's URAC, and it is mainly for specialty pharmacy.
Okay. So you mentioned a couple of times, the various that you've engaged in mitigation efforts and rehabilitation efforts.
Yes.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to ask you to repeat every single thing that you put in your affidavit. The members of the board can read it themselves. However, I would like to ask you to give us maybe 3 points that you believe are the most important in your rehabilitation and remediation efforts for the board's consideration.
Thank you. I will try to limit it to 3. First and foremost, we wanted to create checks and balances to prevent these errors from ever happening again. So the way we did that, as we previously mentioned, we created different levels. Number 1, we created a compliance department. This is independent of other departments, and its role is to audit all departments, to identify any gaps, to provide training, to continue auditing. This is led by Dr. Chi Su, who will be joining us later. He has been very vigilant in revamping and basically training everyone on the rules and regulations. We do weekly meetings with not only the PIC in Palm Desert, we also do it with all the clinical leaders in the company. And we discuss any audit points, how to prepare for Board of Pharmacy inspections, accreditations, everything. So on a weekly basis, we emphasize this, and we give the support to our PICs as well as hold them accountable. So this is number 1. Number 2 is we created separate positions that we thought it was very important, which is one of them is the Performance Improvement Manager. This role is separate from the compliance officer. However, its main goal is to enhance patient safety by auditing workflows. So basically, identifying any gaps in the workflow, coming up with solutions, working closely also with the compliance department. So that was also very beneficial. The third point is we worked very extensively with our third-party consultant. So we were grateful to engage Dr. Rafi Simonian, who will also join us later, to help us comply with the probation terms and condition. However, we took advantage of his expertise to expand his role across the company. So we took advantage of his help in rebuilding the infrastructure of the company. He helped review and revise our policies and procedures. He basically audited everything. He came up with best practices for us. So not only that the issues that happened in the case, but what other gaps that can cause any issues in the future or any risk to patient safety, and we work together to come up with solutions. So we do intend to continue working with Dr. Simonian beyond the probation because of the value that his expertise brought to the company. Number 4, which is very critical, which is we engage legal counsel basically on a continuous basis to review any new contracts that or business opportunity that comes along. Because this was one of the major issues we had, is not truly understanding what terms and conditions of contracts are and implementing them. So now we have a process in place. If I have a new contract, it has to go through legal counsel. Legal counsel reviews, gives us the okay, and then the relevant department gets trained and make sure they understand what is this contract saying and how to be compliant with it. And then we audit it and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Not only did we engage legal counsel for new contracts, we actually involve them to review the current contracts and agreements that we have in place, at least on an annual basis. That way, we're keeping track of any updated laws and regulations. We're making sure that if something we weren't aware of before, now we're able to correct it right away. So these are, yes, thank you.
And these efforts that you just described, are these limited to this petitioner pharmacy just to get you off probation, or is it something that you do across the entire company?
No, it's company-wide efforts.
Okay. So at this point, do you believe that the pharmacy or the company under your leadership is ready to be released from probation or from the supervision? Do you believe that you have demonstrated sufficient rehabilitation?
Absolutely. I am grateful for the Board of Pharmacy to put us through this probation and the settlement, because this helped us realize our mistakes and improve ourselves. And now we decided not only to be compliant, but to get to that level of excellence to provide 100% compliance and true patient safety. So I am grateful for the opportunity, and I am sure that our company will do great with the support of the Board of Pharmacy.
So you mentioned patient safety several times, and I understand that that's quite important for you and, of course, for the board as well. Have you had any instances where the pharmacy would demonstrate that maybe the pharmacy is doing a better job than other similarly situated pharmacies, or worse job? How is your comparison?
Yes, thank you. So we have a very robust patient safety program where we follow up with every single patient. So we do clinical assessments. First, we have protocols in place per disease state. So make sure our pharmacists are educated on how to dispense the specialty medications that we're dispensing. So they review this against the prescriber orders. And then we follow up with the patient. We have to do clinical assessment, initial clinical assessment, which is a very thorough assessment, not just a consultation. And then we follow up with every dispense to make sure the patient did not have any adverse reaction. There's no problems. There's no changes in the patient's status. And we work very closely with the provider to make sure that they are in touch with their patients. So we're kind of like the connection between the physician and the patient. And that prevents a lot of patient issues. That's why our patients really appreciate working with us, because of this one-on-one interaction.
Okay. So overall, you believe that your safety record is good, bad, somewhere in the middle?
I think it's as best as it can be with all the measures that we took in place.
Okay. And at this point, do you believe that you personally can lead the company to continue safe and responsible practice of pharmacy without the board supervision while you're being on probation?
Yes, I believe so. I had a lot of growth during this period. I feel that I had to improve my leadership. I have to have better oversight and set boundaries of what is right and what is wrong. And basically, trust people, but verify and make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So to me, I have learned a lot from this experience. And I feel that not only did the company improved drastically, I personally has improved as a leader and as a pharmacist as well.
Thank you. I have no further question for Dr. Benjamin.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis?
Yeah, actually, Your Honor, I just have one clarification to make.
Okay.
So, Ms. Benjamin, you testified that you have no ownership interest in the Hansam Corp. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you are still married to Haney Benjamin, correct?
Yes.
So you have a community property interest in the corporation. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. That was the only clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will then open it up to questions from the board, starting with Member Ja.
No question, Your Honor.
All right, Member Mercado?
Yes. Your legal counsel alluded to the fact that the cancellation of the PMing contracts may be forcing the public to use other local pharmacies that may be receiving inferior services. What does superior versus inferior service mean to you?
So our company offers high touch services. What that means is we don't just dispense medication. We offer the full care, meaning that if it's a specialty or a home infusion medication, I do the full clinical review for the patient. I follow up with the patient before and after. I make sure I communicate directly with the physician to update the physician of how the patient is doing. I follow up from the beginning of treatment to the end. Some patients have, like, it's an acute patient. So I have to, like, for example, they're receiving an antibiotic. So there is a beginning and an end to this. So I make sure the patient is, has completed the therapy correctly, fully discharged, and so forth. If it's a chronic patient, then I follow up every month on the patient. We do full assessment. We follow up with the physician. So it is that high level of interaction and care that we offer to the patient that the patients appreciate.
Now, will you agree with your legal counsel in saying that other pharmacies are offering inferior services, or will you choose a different word to describe that?
I don't know what other pharmacies are doing. However, I have heard from our patients that they love working with us and they want to continue working with us because they're not considered a number. They know us by name. When they talk to our staff in the pharmacy, they know who they can talk to, and they love working with us. We have not had any issues with any patients saying, "Oh, you guys don't care about me. You're not treated as a number." However, when they talk about maybe bigger companies, they feel that way.
So in terms of numbers, and I don't know if you can disclose information, but what impact would us allowing you to get off probation have? Like, how many patients' lives are we going to impact by making this decision?
Thank you. So I don't have exact numbers. However, approximately the PBM cancellation has affected little over 30% of our patient population. I don't have exact numbers though.
And just to kind of go back, what makes you guys superior versus your other local pharmacists in terms of providing care that other pharmacists are not?
Yes, thank you. So we currently have the best level of patient safety that we can offer because we are dual accredited, and we're looking forward to add additional accreditation after we get clearance of the probation. So we ensure patient safety because we have to maintain these high standards under the accreditations. Number two, we have a very robust patient services program where we go above and beyond actually what the accreditation requires. That's why when they come in, we do well, very well actually in these accreditations. So we go above and beyond where we don't necessarily need to be following up with every single dispense, but we do it anyways. We provide all resources to our patients. We have this follow-up with our patients. So we feel that with all these services, it's really not written anywhere. This is really out of our us wanting to be the best in providing patient care to our patients. So this is what makes us very unique.
So when you say it's not written anywhere, you saying that's like your company mission and values that you stand behind? Okay.
Yes.
Can you walk us through a situation where somebody in your team or you have found a mistake that could have harmed somebody? How fast and what did you do to address it? How fast did you address it and what did you do?
Thank you. So so I don't have exact examples right now off the top of my head, but the way it's handled is as soon a mistake is discovered, we do investigation right away, and we engage multiple parties. So we engage the compliance officer, we engage the PICs. Of course, I am also aware. So there's multiple investigation, and then as soon as the investigation is completed, this is when we meet to see, okay, how did this error happen? What is the root cause? Is it a trend? Is it a one time? Is it a glitch? Of course, the key is patient safety. So number one is if the error is happening, it has to be corrected right away to prevent any issues with patients. But then we investigate further to see what is the root cause of this problem. And this is the role of our compliance officer actually in working very close with the PICs to see why this happened. What can we do to never prevent it again? So it's happened, the mitigation efforts happens very quickly, especially that we meet on a weekly basis. Our compliance officer meets with all the PICs and the clinical leaders on a weekly basis to discuss any issues.
Can you just tell us some of the trends you're seeing? I know you don't have any cases, but what are the trends that you're seeing that you're helping mitigate any risk for the public?
Sure. Let me give me one idea, 1 minute. So let's say, for example, one issue we found that because we have an extensive pharmacy software system, we found that the staff are not necessarily adding appropriate progress notes when they are dealing with the patients. So what happens is when they don't add the update on the progress notes, the next person that's taking care of the patient doesn't know, and what happened with the patient that can cause delays in servicing that patient. So we discovered this gap, and then what we did is our compliance officer, we did a training to educate our staff on how to add progress notes. Once you touch a patient, you have to add a progress note. That way, if another person is handling that patient, they can go through the patient chart really quickly, and they can service the patient quickly without any delays. So that was one example.
All right, thank you. No further questions. I'll let the committee ask more.
All right, Member Newell.
Yeah, thank you, Honor. A couple of questions. Are the procedures that you listed off in the components that all sounded to me like quality assurance, which the three new components that you added, those are new, or were those in place before you had the trouble?
No, these were new. We did not have that robust checks and balances in place before. So our compliance department, we started after we had these issues. having a process where legal counsel reviews everything, this was not in place before. And also the process improvement manager position was not created before.
Okay, because you mentioned that legal counsel was there to look at contracts. You didn't have legal counsel look at contracts before?
We did, but we did not have a process, meaning that every single contract has to be reviewed by legal counsel. So some were reviewed, some were not. So that what got us in trouble, because we did not, that specific wholesaler agreement was not thoroughly reviewed and vetted by legal counsel. So, you know, our understanding of the agreement was not was not correct. That's what got us in trouble with that. So we made it part of our process that everything that comes through has to be reviewed. And we added also that they also need to review all contracts on an annual basis.
Okay, I mean, all those things that's kind of standard practice, I thought, but I'm also not a pharmacist. I'm a public member, so I'll keep that taken into consideration too. It appears that from what you've said, the big mistake, air quotes, is that you guys were wholesaling without knowing that you were wholesaling. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so what was happening before is we were transferring medications from one pharmacy to another. And when you transfer a lot of medications from one pharmacy to another, it's considered wholesale activity. And we did not have the wholesale license to be able to do that.
And that is the foreboding mistake that we're seeing right now, even though this goes in as a quote unquote fraud case, that's what we're seeing is the only issue or the primary issue.
Yeah. This is one of the issues that were discussed, but one of the main issue was the wholesaler agreement that we did not follow its terms and conditions. So just like it was mentioned before, the agreement dictated the pharmacy to only work with these 3 physicians' patients, but because we did not have full understanding of the agreement, we were dispensing pursuant to prescriptions to any physician, so which was not acceptable per the agreement.
Do you feel like there was anything else that led to this turning into a bigger case other than simply the misunderstanding of that contractual agreement?
I mean, the idea is we did not follow the proper rules and regulations, and that is unacceptable, period, because even though this did not cause any patient harm, it might have. You know, rules and regulations are put for a reason. So to this, I see a big responsibility. We should have done better. You know, there's no question about that, because it can lead to a bigger situation. If, for example, you know, it was expected to dispense to a certain patient and it's dispensed to another. That's not acceptable.
That's all the questions. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Member Shanhu?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of clarifications. So first of all, thank you for appearing on our committee, Dr. Benjamin, and giving very thorough explanations. My question is, so as I understood, you're not going to have a consultant going forward, but that role is being assumed by this continuous improvement officer. Is that accurate?
Actually, I would like to continue with our third-party consultant on an ongoing basis, but maybe less frequently. But this will be in addition to our internal efforts as well, because I feel I see the importance of having a third party looking from the outside in. It's very different than having our own staff doing the work as well. So I just wanted this set of eyes internally and externally as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. And one more question. The URAC accreditation that you have, I know it's a pretty extensive process. Do you do that because of it's dictated by some of the contracts that you have, or is it for and also because you lost contract and prescriptions were transferred to other pharmacies, do you have a knowledge if those pharmacies were URAC accredited?
So we have been involved with the URAC first because of we're dispensing specialty prescriptions, so very complicated therapies. So we had to get that level of standards. We have to meet those standards. So that's why we pursued URAC in the first place, because it is one of the great organization that help keep us in high standards. However, with the probation, they actually placed us on a 6-month monitoring. What that means is they actually come and do a full accreditation survey every 6 months since the start of the probation, which is, of course, a lot of work, but that's why it added that confidence that we're doing a great job, because every time they come, we pass with flying colors. So even though, they have worked with us through the probation, however, they're definitely adding more restrictions on us, but we didn't mind, because we're doing all this work and all these activities to do a great job. I hope that answers the okay,
No,
thank
the
you.
second part was that, do you know if where the prescriptions were transferred to? I assume they would have your accreditation, but maybe on more infrequent basis that they come in there. Is that correct to assume?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question again? I'm so sorry.
So you had to transfer prescription because you no longer have a contract with a couple of PBMs, right? So
Yes.
to the best of your knowledge, those pharmacies are also URAC accredited, but maybe their accreditation terms are not every 6 months. It's more infrequent. Is that safe to assume?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Madam Chair Tebow?
That's all the questions I have. So.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask about, so you're petitioning today for the pharmacy license to remove the probation. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was also probation on your own license. We're not asking for that today. Are you asking for that in a separate case, or do you believe there's a benefit to your license being on probation and you're choosing to keep it? Can you clarify?
Thank you. So at this time, we're focused on the pharmacy because of the adverse impact it has on our patients. So this is really our priority right now. And this is what I'm hoping the Board of Pharmacy would reconsider. With my own personal license, I am, I'm still working in this capacity. I'm meeting my compliance regulations, what I'm required to do. So there's no rush on this. I'm almost done with my probation anyways. However, my request is mainly the pharmacy, just because of how its broader impact on our patients.
I appreciate that. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Jarvis?
Yes, I do have one question.
All right.
Ms. Benjamin, in your attorney's letter in regards to the petition for early termination of probation, he states that this petition was initially filed as a joint petition for your personal license as well as the pharmacy license, but the board advised your attorney, I assume, that the board did not have the time to hear joint petitions today. And so is it more accurate to say that you chose the pharmacy license today as a factor of time versus whether or not you wanted your personal license off probation?
So it's hard for me to answer this. I am grateful for whatever the board provides. So if the board allows the pharmacy to only be heard today, I'm grateful for that. I mean, I would appreciate it if they hear mine too, but it did not happen that way, it's completely understandable, and I am grateful for the opportunity. But I will do whatever the board thinks is best, basically.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Petrozelka?
No, Your Honor, I have no further questions for Dr. Benjamin. I would like to call next witness if I may.
All right, Dr. Benjamin, thank you for your testimony. Who will be your next witness?
I would like to call Dr. Rafi Simonian.
All right, looks like he's present. Dr. Simonian, can you unmute yourself and turn your camera on?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for our record?
Rafi Simonian, Raffi Simonian.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Petrozelka.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Simonian. Can you please tell us how long approximately have you known Dr. Benjamin, and in what capacity?
So I was approved by the Board of Pharmacy to be a consultant for this administrative case during the probationary period in October of 2022. And I've served in that capacity since that time.
Could you please speak up or maybe put your microphone closer so the members of the board can hear you?
Sure.
Thank you.
So again, to reiterate, can you hear me okay? Let me do a sound check first. Can you hear okay?
Okay, I think we can.
Okay, good. So I was approved by the Board of Pharmacy to be the consultant for this pharmacy, Rivers Edge Pharmacy, in October 2022. And that is has been my official capacity with that pharmacy.
Okay. Do you recall how many visits or how many inspections have you conducted during the probationary period to date?
To date, I've conducted 25 inspections.
I think one of the board members wishes to add something.
I'm just going to be off camera for a minute. I need to plug in my laptop. It's running out of battery.
Okay.
So could you briefly tell us about your qualifications to serve as the compliance consultant for the probation for this pharmacy, or for any pharmacy for that matter?
Sure. I've been a pharmacist in good standing with the California State Board of Pharmacy since 1979, and I'm actively practicing currently. I worked at UC San Diego from 1979 to 2018, and from 1993 to 2018, I was the pharmacist in charge for 2 hospital pharmacies, 1 community hospital-based pharmacy, and 5 licensed sterile compounding facilities. And then my other qualifications I think I bring to this job would be that I was a member of the California State Board of Pharmacy from 1991 to 1998, and I was the president of the board from 1993 to 1994.
Okay. Thank you. You have provided a declaration in support of the pharmacist petition. The declaration is dated October 22nd of 2024. It was shortly before the initial petition was filed. Now, since then, you've inspected the pharmacy several more times. Have you arrived at any different conclusions from that declaration?
No, the conclusion of my declarations have been maintained throughout my engagement with Rivers Edge Pharmacy, and those are primarily that the pharmacy has been compliant with federal and state pharmacy laws and regulations from the outset of my engagement, that they are in full compliance with any identified deficiency in the accusation since the date of my engagement. And I think both Deputy Attorney General Jarvis and Dr. Benjamin did a pretty good review of all the things that have happened or had been done. So I think that was great. I don't need to restate that. However, I will say that I have personally visited and audited and ensured that there's full compliance with these things. So I can give you my personal experience that I've looked at it. I've been there. All my visits have been in person. pretty extensive for about 4 hours and an extensive report written to the board each time. And at each visit, I am looking very closely for full compliance with pharmacy laws and regulation, patient safety, safe operations, etc., and making sure there's data or actions or interviews to support that.
Okay. Now, in your extensive experience as a pharmacist and consultant, you have probably visited a number of pharmacies over the many years of your career. How would you compare this particular pharmacy to other similarly situated pharmacies with respect to the level of customer service, level of engagement, level of patient safety?
I would put them at the top, at least in the top 10% of all the pharmacies, or maybe even to the top 5%. And I'll tell you why. Let me give you some specific reasons for that. One is I've been with multiple pharmacies as a consultant while they have accusations pending with the board. And in this pharmacy, working with Dr. Benjamin, I have had zero pushback on any suggestions, recommendations, policy updates, full compliance, where I can say that in many of these pharmacies, even though there's an accusation pending, and even though I point out to them where they need to fix their deficiencies, there's frequently a lack of understanding and pushback. So that'd be number one. Number two is, and I think Dr. Sandhu mentioned this a minute ago, is the getting accreditation from any of these accreditation bodies is extremely difficult, very time consuming and very costly. And River's Edge Pharmacy only needs to be a specialty pharmacy accreditation from one of those bodies. But Dr. Benjamin and the organization had 3 accreditations from 3 different bodies, one including NABP, which is the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy. And that was because they wanted to operate at the top level of their license, not as an average pharmacy. And I've also, on the 3rd level, I've interviewed the staff at each visit, asked them specific questions about their patient care. And what I found is that this pharmacy has 24/7 availability for the patients to contact a pharmacist and speak to somebody about their care they're receiving. There are very few pharmacies in the United States that have that level of service. And then the responses of the care that was being provided to the patients showed me that there was a active caring follow-up, ensure the patients were treated safely and effectively for their medication therapy. So those would be the things that would support my position.
Okay. In your professional opinion, do you believe that the pharmacy in its current state, as it currently operates, poses any significant risk to the public if they were to be released from the probation?
I don't believe they pose a risk, and let me tell you why. Part of my job when I was at UCSD as a PIC, and having served on the board, I had a lot of fear of making sure that I was constantly compliant. And for those pharmacist members on the board, being compliant is it's a 24/7 extensive job. It takes a lot of oversight. So part of what I try to help River's Edge do is not only come into compliance or come into best practice, but to be compliant 24/7 real time. And so systems, policies, etc., were implemented. Those are actively in place now. And those systems are working. They're identifying problems before they get to the patient. An example of that would be their compounding of sterile products. They put in a system called Pharmacy Keeper, which basically tracks and documents every step of a sterile compounding product. And right a week after that was implemented, a technician during the process made an error drawing up a medication, and it was caught by the pharmacist before the admixture was made. And that system is one of the reasons I think they're compliant. They also put in a system to track the pedigree of drugs. for the Drug Supply Chain and Security Act, and so that they will never take into stock any drug that may have a questionable source of where the drug came from. And if it does come in and there's questionable, it's been quarantined. We did have one example of that where the PIC did not have the appropriate documentation after that law had been implemented, quarantined the drug for 2 weeks to establish the pedigree, and then found out that the pedigree was authentic and was able to use the drug in the supply. So those would be two examples of things that are in place, but there are many, many examples I could give you, because every process we looked at, I tried to put in oversight. And then I think the third critical thing is the hiring of Dr. Sue, who is an expert on compliance. He is got direct reporting to Dr. Benjamin, and he's authorized to basically go to her if he finds anything that's below the standard, and he's digging on multiple levels to find any of these areas that might be a problem.
And based on your observations during these various inspections and review of documents, do you feel that the pharmacist in charge of the pharmacy has the sufficient authority to make appropriate decisions?
Yes, the pharmacist in charge, who happens to be one of the strongest pharmacists in charges I have seen. He came to the organization with experience at a national company that he was overseeing multiple pharmacies. He's extremely knowledgeable. Having said that, we're all human, and so he sometimes catches things that he has to fix, and so he does it. He takes personal responsibility. But yeah, I think the pharmacist in charge has full authority to do everything that they're required to do to ensure the pharmacy is compliant with federal and state laws and regulations.
And you believe that he has a sufficient support, whether it's technical or financial or human resources, given by the organization to exercise his responsibilities as the pharmacist in charge?
Yes, and I would give you specifics on that. These things that I'm talking about, these systems that have been implemented, or improvements in the facility, etc., they all cost money, and there has never been a denial while I've been there of any of these requests by the pharmacist in charge.
Okay, thank you. So in summary, do you believe that at this point of time, it would be safe for the board to release the pharmacy from probation?
Yes, I think it would be in the best interest of the public, and it would be safe. I believe they will be practicing at a compliant level from starting from at least when I've seen them until the time that I'm gone, and after.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis?
No questions, thank you.
All right, we will then open it up for questions from the board, starting
Your
with member.
Honor? Your Honor, sorry. Before you ask this, I just have to be mindful of lunch break. So can I ask, do you all have further witnesses after this one?
Yes, I have one other witness. The testimony would be very brief. I would say 5 minutes.
Okay, board members, how are you holding up? Do you want to finish this one out? Okay, we absolutely have to go after this because we have to be in line with labor laws. So we'll get through this one and then we'll break, okay?
All right, member Jaw?
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was a mention of expired drugs as well and transfer between, if I remember it correctly. Can you give me some specific examples of measures taken to not repeat that?
Well, I think the number one thing we did was go through what the authority of the pharmacy is to take drugs from an unlicensed source, which they have no authority to do. So the case in the accusation, they took expired drugs from a physician's office and then they destroyed them through their reverse distributor. So what we did is we put an audit tool on the reverse distributor to make sure that all the drugs that were being returned to the reverse distributor had come from a licensed facility.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Member Mercado?
And no further questions. Thank you.
Member Newell?
No questions. Thank you very much.
Member Sandhu?
No questions, Your Honor.
And Madam Chair Tebow?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Simonian, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Petrozelka, your next witness.
I would like to call Dr. Chi Su.
Okay. Dr. Su is with us, I believe.
I hope so.
This is the moderator. One moment, please. Dr. Su, you should be able to unmute at will.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can. Can't see you. There
How
we
about
go.
now?
Now we. Yep. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for our record?
Chi Su, C-H-I-H. Last name's H-S-U.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Petrozelka.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Su. Thank you for joining us. In the interest of time, I'll try to keep your testimony rather brief. Could you outline in how long have you known Dr. Benjamin, and in what capacity are you affiliated with the pharmacy?
I've known Dr. Benjamin for about 3 years now. I started my engagement with her as a consultant pharmacist. And then recently in 2024, I started as a compliance officer for Rivers Edge Pharmacy to ensure compliance of both pharmacies that she oversees.
Could you briefly state your qualifications to act as a compliance officer of a company like Rivers Edge Pharmacy?
Yes. I started my career as a controlled substance coordinator for UC San Diego, where I conduct proactive audit and uphold accountability for all processes related to controlled substance. And I have also acted as a pharmacist in charge for UCSF Medical Center, and still play that role right now, especially during UCSF's probations. The UCSF was actually under probation of the pharmacy, and my role was to ensure that the pharmacy is obeying all laws and follow all probationary terms. Most recently, I've been acting as a consultant for board pharmacy, as a board pharmacy monitor for individuals that are under probation.
Okay, thank you. So you have experience with essentially getting pharmacies through probation, so to speak. Could you please give us a brief outline of the corrective and rehabilitative actions that were implemented under the leadership of Dr. Genevieve Benjamin?
Yes. So I would say that Genevieve have entrusted, entrusted both me and the PIC full authority to do anything that we within our capacity if we discover anything that's wrong or that's not appropriate or that's potential risk. Some of the things that we have started doing or have instituted from Rafi was proactive audits. We established several audits, and one particular will be our invoice audits. We look at all acquisition records closely on a monthly basis, ensure that the wholesaler that are being the drug are being procured are licensed by the board and actually appropriate and is come from credible sources, and that pharmacists are actually signing these invoices off and are receiving it appropriately and correctly. That's one of the examples. And then I think the other thing I'll highlight quickly is that Dr. Benjamin alluded to it earlier. We are holding weekly standing meetings with our PICs and other leaders to ensure that we are reporting out some of the audit findings. And that's also one way to hold each of the team members accountable for their action that they should be following through. Since we have a process in place, if there isn't a method to ensure there's accountability, it's not going to get followed through. But we have weekly standing meetings to make sure that those things are carried through, are followed through appropriately.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the level of training that is being provided to the staff throughout the organization? And perhaps you could draw a comparison to similarly situated pharmacies where you have been present or employed by.
I think the level of training that are being implemented, whenever there are new processes or issues are discovered that are inappropriate, I think that the staff member, I would just say that the staff member are fully engaged to ensure that the problems are fixed, and they are engaged to ensure they understand how to fix a problem, and that they are able to carry out those solution or mitigation processes in place. And compared to some of the sites, I think as a consultant, I have worked with other pharmacy members, and a lot of times I think there's some disconnect between the individual that's potentially under probation or their team members. I think I see a lot of differences in that perspective, that Rivers Edge Pharmacy really takes it above and beyond to make sure not just the leaders that are involved, but also their team members are fully engaged in ensuring full compliance related to federal, state, and their own company policy regulations.
Thank you. So do you believe at this point of time, based on your experience and observations, that it would be safe and responsible for the board to release this particular pharmacy from their probation?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. So I have no further questions.
Ms. Jarvis?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, opening it up for the board, starting with Member Jha.
No questions, Your Honor.
Member Mercado?
No questions, thank you.
Member Newell?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Member Sandhu?
No question, Your Honor.
And Madam Chair Tebow?
No additional questions. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Su, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Mr. Petrozelka, any further witnesses or evidence?
No, Your Honor. I just like to have a brief closing statement.
All right. I will turn first to Ms. Jarvis for closing remarks.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I have no recommendation for this petition. I leave it to the judgment of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Petrozelka.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, members of the board, for your patience. In conclusion, I believe that Dr. Benjamin and her team have, in fact, established sufficient evidence of rehabilitation and remediation in correcting the deficiencies that led to the probation. Dr. Benjamin does sincerely regret the fact that she essentially allowed these deficiencies to occur, and I believe that she have made very substantial effort to assure the board and the public that nothing like that will ever happen on her watch again. At this point of time, we've had testimony that would tend to indicate that at present time there is no appreciable risk to the public by releasing the pharmacy from probation, and on the contrary, that in fact the release from probation would benefit a significant number of patients by allowing the pharmacy to recontract with large PBMs who cover a significant number of lives throughout the service area of the pharmacy, and the patients who have previously expressed their satisfaction with the service levels provided by the pharmacy would be able to come back to River's Edge and obtain the level of service that they were accustomed to. So in summary, we sincerely believe that the termination of probation for River's Edge Pharmacy at this point of time would be in the interest of the public, and we thank the board for your kind consideration and time.
All right, thank you for that, Dr. Benjamin. The board will go into closed session at the end of the day today for deliberations, and you and Mr. Petrozelka and Ms. Jarvis will be notified of the decision at a later date, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with the board members today. I appreciate it.
With that, the matter is submitted. The record is closed. We are off the record, and I will turn it back over to Madam Chair Tebow.
Thank you, Arna.
Thank you so much. Board members, we need to go to lunch. We have to do at least 45 minutes, but we can do a full hour. How are you all feeling? Is 45 minutes feel too tight? Do we want to just get through this? Where are you all at? Not seeing any preferences. Sandu?
45 minutes is fine with me.
And Nicole,
Yeah, 45 minutes is good for me.
Okay.
I need to
Let me just
take-
check in. Go ahead.
Sorry, I need to take extra 30 minutes. I have an important matter to attend, 2 to 2:30. I was hoping it falls into the lunch, but if it's not, I will be back at 2:30. I have to take something at 2 o'clock.
Got it. Thank you for letting us know, KK. All right, so we're gonna do, well, let me just check in with Dag Jarvis and ALJ Block. Is 45 minutes gonna work for you? I want everyone to be able to eat. I'm not trying to rush anyone here.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Yep.
Perfect. Great. Thanks, everyone. I'm just going to round us off because we're a few minutes after. So we're going to come back at 1:50.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 1:50, so we're going to get started again. I'm going to take a roll call vote of the committee members. I was having a little technical difficulties earlier. I'm trying to go back to computer audio again, but if it's acting up, please let me know and I'll switch back over to my phone. I know KK said they won't be returning till 2:30, so they're not here right now. Claudia Mercado?
Present.
Thank you. Jay Newell?
Public member present.
Thank you. Satinder Sandhu?
Licensee member present.
Thank you. And I'm here. We have a quorum. Your Honor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Here, so.
Who's not here?
KK is not here. They'll be returning around 2:30. We'll have them announce when they get
All right.
back.
All right. We are on record before the California Board of Pharmacy Disciplinary Petition Committee to review the petition for reinstatement of Asmik Arapetian. This is board case number 6924, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2025-110-810. We have already established off record that a quorum of the committee is present. May I have the appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, good afternoon. I am Deputy Attorney General Christina Jarvis, and I'm appearing here on behalf of the Attorney General for the people of the state of California. My role is not necessarily adversarial, but it is intended to protect the public interest.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Tony Park, counsel for respondent, Asmik Arapetian.
All right, good afternoon to you as well. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Jarvis, I will turn to you first to present the petition and provide an overview of the case.
Excellent, thank you. This matter arose via an accusation which was filed on December 29, 2020 against petitioner Asmik Arapetian, both in her individual capacity as a pharmacist and as the owner and pharmacist in charge, or PIC, of Agape Pharmacy. Petitioner is only seeking to reinstate her personal pharmacist license here. Petitioner proceeded to an administrative hearing back in 2021 in order to defend her licenses, but effective November 8th of 2021, both of petitioner's licenses were revoked. More than 3 years have passed since that time, rendering petitioner eligible for this petition. Overall, this is a case about selling dangerous drugs from Russia as over-the-counter medications. Some of the drugs were not legal for any use in the United States. Some were simply not legal in the form that petitioner stocked them. For example, stocking heparin as an ointment when it is only approved in the United States as an intravenous injection. The facts established at hearing were that a board inspector, who speaks Russian, conducted an inspection of petitioner's pharmacy in September of 2019. The inspector observed drugs that require a prescription out on the shelves of the pharmacy, labeled in Russian, with price tags affixed. And the inspector recognized, by being able to read the Russian labels, that some of the drugs were not able to be sold without a prescription in the United States, while others, again, were not able to be sold or dispensed at all in the forms petitioner had stocked them. Petitioner stated that she had been selling these Russian drugs since at least 2005. She stated that she purchased them from online shops Phyto Lab, that's Phyto, and either Russian Shop, Shoppe, or Russia Shop, It's kind of labeled two different ways in the file. Neither of which, however, are registered to sell medications to pharmacies in California. The board inspector directed petitioner, both orally and in writing, to remove these dangerous drugs from her shelves. In addition, petitioner had never, since 2005, completed a self-assessment, and the board inspector directed her to do so, emphasizing that it is an important way for pharmacies and pharmacists to stay current on pharmacy laws and regulations.
Ms. Jarvis, I'm sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to make sure that the camera was on Mr. Park.
Thanks, Your Honor. I'm trying to turn on the camera and it just goes back to off. I'm not sure why. I was wondering maybe the moderators maybe can help out, perhaps? Or is this something purely on our side? I can't tell.
Seems to be working now. So again, I apologize, Ms. Jarvis. Please continue.
No problem. So approximately 5 weeks after this inspection, on October 30th of 2019, the board inspector returned to the pharmacy. She observed some of the same dangerous drugs on the shelves where she had seen them before. The board inspector also observed several additional boxes of Russian-labeled prescription medications on shelves in the pharmacy's storage room. Petitioner was once again directed, both orally and in writing, to remove all dangerous drugs from over-the-counter sale stock. 3.5 months later, the board inspector returned to the pharmacy. During this inspection, the inspector found additional foreign medication on the active drug inventory shelf and again in the storage room. The inspector asked respondent at this point for proof of destruction of the foreign prescription drugs, and petitioner stated that she had thrown them away in a trash can at a local supermarket, which was later emptied and taken away by a waste management company. The inspector directed petitioner to destroy these now newly found foreign medications with an official licensed reverse distributor, which approximately 5 weeks later, petitioner did and provided evidence of the same. We're having camera issues again.
Apologies. I don't know why it automatically turns off. Let me see here. Let's try something else instead.
Right. Throughout the investigation, the board inspector had requested records of acquisition and distribution of these foreign drugs from petitioner. Although petitioner did provide a few invoices, they were all for herbal supplements and for aspirin, and she failed to provide any records for the dangerous drugs or unapproved drugs which were found on her shelves. During the hearing, petitioner testified under oath that she did not complete the self-assessment for 14 years, from 2005 until 2019, when directed to do so by the board inspector, because she, quote, was busy and forgot. Petitioner provided several excuses for selling the foreign dangerous drugs as over-the-counter medications. First, saying that she did not know it was unlawful to do so. Then she testified that many other pharmacies in the area also sell these drugs. Petitioner then said she actually didn't sell many of the drugs, and that in fact one of the drugs, again found on the shelf with a price tag, was only there because a patient had accidentally left it at the pharmacy. That one drug was for her own use, and that one drug was for her husband's use. And additionally, a third drug was for her son. Interestingly, the drug petitioner testified was for her son was to treat hemorrhoids, and that drug was Vicasol, Vicasol, which is a coagulant for treating blood disorders, not hemorrhoids. Petitioner stated that the board inspector never told her to remove the foreign drugs from the pharmacy shelves, and that she instead told petitioner that these drugs were just out of her jurisdiction and petitioner could do whatever she wanted. The administrative law judge who heard petitioner's case found petitioner to be completely not credible, and specifically that her testimony was implausible, dishonest, and disingenuous. The causes for discipline arising from these facts: the first cause for discipline was furnishing dangerous drugs without a prescription. The second cause for discipline was purchasing and storing dangerous drugs from unlicensed entities. The third cause for discipline was purchasing, trading, selling, or transferring misbranded drugs. The fourth cause for discipline was possession of misbranded drugs. The fifth cause for discipline was failing to maintain acquisition records and inventory. And the sixth cause for discipline was failing to complete that self-assessment from June 3rd of 2005 to October 1st of 2019. So now to the present day. Obviously, since petitioner was revoked, there are no probation terms and no probation monitor. But petitioner did provide the following documents: a payment of the restitution, which was ordered in the decision, and that amount was $28,839.25. A personal statement wherein petitioner acknowledges making mistakes and states that she takes full responsibility for her actions. Petitioner states that she is remorseful and embarrassed for failing to tell the truth about the sale and use of the foreign medications, and that her actions were unprofessional. Petitioner states that she has made significant changes in her practice to ensure compliance with all laws and regulations, that she is dedicated to personal and professional growth and committed to patient care. Petitioner also states that she is grateful that her mistakes did not lead to patient harm. This seems to me to be a very broad view of patient harm, because obviously patients who saw these drugs, used these drugs, didn't tell their doctors about these drugs, were all harmed, even if that harm was never specifically traced back to petitioner. Petitioner also states that she was simply ignorant of the law, and she was swayed by cultural norms and expectations. Now, since the discipline, petitioner has volunteered as a pharmacy clerk in a pharmacy in Glendale and has provided volunteer presentations to community elder daycares, healthcare facilities, and to other pharmacists about the risks of non-FDA approved foreign medications. Petitioner also provided her CV, some of the educational presentations and practice support forms that she has developed for the education of pharmacists on foreign medications, a certificate of appreciation for providing this educational course. Petitioner provided certificates of taking 125.5 hours of career pathway training through a company called Homebridge on topics like financial literacy, digital literacy, and job readiness. Petitioner provided proof of completion of the 22 hours ethics and professionalism course. She provided a CPE monitor transcript showing 285.5 hours of CE from April of 2023 through March of 2025, and additional hours from outside that time period back to 2021, which gets up to over 350 hours. Additionally, she provided certificates of 2.5 hours of California Pharmacists Association CE credit. Finally, petitioner also provided 10 letters of recommendation, all of which were able to be verified by board staff. For the most part, the authors were aware of the discipline. The ones that were not aware were more of the volunteer positions, such as a letter from, I think it's HAKOP, H-A-K-O-P, Petrosian, which is the volunteer engagement representative for the American Red Cross, who stated that petitioner volunteers in basically a customer service role, not a medical role in any way. The letters are outstanding. It appears that petitioner is very active in her expat community, in her church, that she engages with other licensees. There's a letter written by a nurse, and then petitioner provided a letter written by her brother, who is also a clinical psychologist. So at this time, I would like to move as Exhibit 1, the petition packet consisting of all the documents just identified, and also including a memorandum to the board from board staff, the notice of hearing, the consent for electronic recording, and the underlying decision in order for all purposes.
Any objection, Mr. Park?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Exhibit 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then at this time, I will cede the floor to petitioner and her counsel.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Park.
Thanks, Your Honor. Our hope and goal today is to hopefully convey to you, the Board of Pharmacy members, Your Honor, and Ms. Jarvis, that petitioner Mrs. Osnick is what we refer to her. She is truly a changed individual. She recognizes her horrific mistakes of her past. She embraces and takes full responsibility for her poor judgment and her bad decisions. And she is truly remorseful and hopes to exemplify through examples of remediation that she has been repaired. She is a different person than she was back then. We thank you and we look forward to the opportunity. I'd like to now call Ms. Asvik Arapetian to testify.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Arapetian. Ms. Arapetian, I can see that you're soft-spoken, so please do your best to speak up. I want to make sure that all of the committee members are able to hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Parr.
Thanks, Your Honor. Okay, Mrs. Asvik, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Asvik, I'd like to first talk a little bit about way back in your career. When did you first become a pharmacist and where were you a pharmacist?
In 1983, I graduated from Armenian Pharmacy School and became a pharmacist over there, and I worked 3 years in the community pharmacy and 1 year the hospital pharmacy. Then in 1988, I immigrated to the United States. In 2000, year of 2000, I just completed I get my license, completed USC postgraduate program, and became a licensed pharmacist in California. It was, in 2000.
And so you immigrated from Armenia into the United States and then became a pharmacist again in the United States?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So do you identify yourself as Armenian ethnically, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you presumably speak fluent Armenian, correct?
Yes, I do.
Do you speak fluent Russian as well?
Yes.
Do you feel like you can relate very well to both Armenian and Russian individuals?
Yes, I do.
So when you lost your license through the revocation back in December of 2021, what have you been doing since then, generally speaking?
Since I had a revoked license, there is not many opportunities for me, but still I did a caretaker job for my mom, first of all. Then part-time, I work as a volunteer at the pharmacy located in the Glendale. Then I did so many community volunteering jobs at Red Cross since then, beginning. So many years until now, I'm actively involved in, then I'm doing volunteer job in the church every Sundays. I'm there. If they need any help, or there's so many stuffs going on, they have events, and I'm volunteering the women's committee over there. Whatever they tell me to do, they need any help, I will do it.
Okay.
And I've been member of Pharmacists Association, San Fernando Valley Pharmacists Association, beginning, that's almost 4 years. And now I'm actively involved for that Pharmacists Association's meetings, everything they do, every month, the meetings, whatever, they suggest or send me the emails, I'm participating actively.
Thank you. So let's thank you for that information. Let's kind of dig into the meat of what went wrong. I'd like to take you back to before your license is revoked, when you were still the owner and the PIC of your pharmacy. Looking back at that time, why did you make these Russian drugs available for sale in the first place? Do you remember?
In that, my store was located in, my pharmacy was located, I opened my own pharmacy, which was located in grocery stores. And there is so many walk-ins over there. Some patients that just came to my pharmacy and they had their old medication. They show me that they're newly immigrants or tourists. They show me that because they knew or asked me, I'm a pharmacist from Armenia, I speak Armenian, Russian. They asked me about that medication, if I can help them.
Okay. And so the reason why you sold those drugs in your pharmacy is because they were being presented to you by these Russian immigrants?
Yes, because of, yeah.
Okay. And so you were selling them for quite some time, and then the inspector came into your pharmacy several times and provided forms, various forms, verbal and written, instructions and warnings to you to stop selling them. I have to ask, and I'm sure everybody here wants to know, why didn't you stop selling them at that time?
I didn't listen to the inspector because I didn't believe in my mind in that time. I didn't believe that this over-the-counter Russian medication, because those are over-the-counter in our countries, back Armenia or Russia, those were over-the-counter medications. And I didn't believe in my mind that it was illegal to sell over-the-counter Russian medications.
Do you believe that do you still feel that same way now?
No, of course not.
So, if you were in a situation where, let's say, in the distant future, you were allowed to own a pharmacy, you're saying that you would never sell these drugs ever again?
Of course I won't, never, because, yeah.
Let's go over a couple of hypothetical. Let's say that let's say you're the owner of your pharmacy in the future time, and these very same Russian immigrants come into your pharmacy and they present you with the same Russian drugs, and they ask you, please help us find these drugs in our country, in this country, United States. What are you going to do?
I just to tell them that those drugs are illegal in United States, even though those drugs are over the counter there, but here those are illegal and those are dangerous for use. You have to stop using. However, if you live in the United States, you have to go to the doctor, and I will refer them to the doctor's office, visit the doctor, and show them the medication. If they can or cannot, I can help. If there is any substitution that look like medication, I can suggest that. Or else they have to start their new treatment, whatever their physicians prescribe for them.
Okay. Let's say this a slight different scenario. Let's say that the Board of Pharmacy decides to grant you your petition and get your license back as a pharmacist. Let's say you find a job at one of these pharmacies in a highly Russian ethnic area, and you are day one of your brand new job as a pharmacist, and you walk into the pharmacy and you see these Russian drugs on the shelves. What are you going to do?
I have to, they hire me and I saw okay, I have to stop there and says, those drugs are illegal and you cannot sell them. Please clear all the pharmacy shelf from this medication. And if they listen to me, they clear, I willingly will work with them. If they don't, I will report the Board of Pharmacy about this. I will report Board of Pharmacy.
What if your employer says, you keep quiet or I'm going to fire you? What are you going to do?
I just have to report this. Sorry. I don't want to work at that pharmacy and report the Board of Pharmacy. That's it.
Before, you may have made a comment that you believe that you did not actually pose danger to the public when you sold the Russian drugs in your pharmacy. Do you still feel that way?
No.
Do you believe that your actions in making the decision to sell foreign drugs was actually a danger to the public?
Yes, these drugs are not safe to use for our patients in California.
So what type of things changed between then and now that caused you to have this new outlook on this subject matter?
And in these few years, I had more time to look back and to research about these Russian medications. So many times I have, and I try to research it. all of each one of them separately, and I found out so many side effects or abandoned drugs. And from Renew literature, whatever I can find, I made the booklet. I educate myself, I've been, and I keep it for further if I can help someone, if I have that opportunity.
And as part of that research, the document that we included in our petition packet that lists all the Russian drugs and the American equivalents in the document, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that sounds like you educated yourself, is that correct?
I did, of course.
Do you feel confident that looking back, if you were to go back in time, knowing what you know now, that you would have done different back then?
Yes, I did. I do different. Yeah, I did different.
Let's talk about briefly your role of the PIC and the self-assessment form. Looking back to the time, you clearly did not form the self-assessment as was legally required by law because you were the PIC. Why didn't you do that?
Because I forgot. I did it I forgot.
You just forgot about it?
But every 2 years, yeah.
So even though you're not the PIC now, obviously, but why, do you understand now why the self-assessment form is legally required as a PIC in California?
Because it's like Inspector Brodsky told, it's about like Bible, the pharmacy, which is for pharmacist in charge, help the pharmacist in charge to make sure that the pharmacy following all the laws and regulations.
And is Inspector Brodsky the inspector that told you repeatedly the warnings about not selling the Russian drugs?
Yes, she did.
You said that she told you that the self-assessment form was like a Bible for PICs?
Yes.
Okay.
And I won't forget that.
I'd like to now kind of shift our focus into all of the things you have done to better yourself since the revocation, starting with the PBI ethics course that you took. Can you talk, why did you take this? What gave you what was the first idea of taking the ethics course in the first place?
Ethics course, I received a letter from Board of Pharmacy before my hearing, and they mentioned that I have to, do this ethics class, and I followed that step.
Are you referring to before the hearing in which you got your license revoked by the ALJ at that time? Are you referring to the settlement offer that you received?
Settlement offer I received, yeah.
And so part of the settlement was
part of settlement which I received was that I have to go for that ethics classes.
And so you took that ethics class?
Yes, I did. I took that ethics classes, yeah.
Regarding your continuing education, the records clearly show that you have taken a lot of CEs. In fact, since 2023, you took on average over 100 units per each calendar year. May I ask why?
Because I didn't work as a pharmacy, I didn't have that much of, to be involved. And I was doing, it's like giving more, educated, more interacting and learning.
Okay.
So if there is no new changes, there is something new going on in the pharmacy, pharmaceutical side effects.
So you're saying that you were trying to make up for the fact that you weren't working as a pharmacist during that time?
I was trying to make up because I didn't work.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit to the ethics course that you took. Do you remember any particular highlight from the ethics course that you recall that you'd like to share with the board?
Yeah, I actually, I love that courses because what I learned there, it gave me more motivation. The most of the thing I remember, first of all, it was like teamwork. Yeah, and I learned about that we have to have, about ethics and what should we do if we made a mistake. What should we do after that? About and 3 R's, which stays in my mind. It says regret, what I learned, repair, and responsibility, which gave me a goosebumps because it's really that's what I need. It is regret.
Is there some moment that you I mean, I'm assuming that up until that point, perhaps you did not fully believe that what you did was wrong. Isn't that correct? A long time, you didn't believe that what you did was wrong.
Yes.
Which probably is the reason why you repeatedly continued selling the Russian drugs. Can you pinpoint to one instance, perhaps, where you thought maybe for the first time ever that you were wrong?
Yes. When one of the when I have to introduce myself and what happened to me, because each one of us, we have to explain what we did. And when I say, you know, I'm working as a pharmacist 20 years, I never did any harm to the patient. And instructor told me, stop there. I never forget that. Stop there. You did wrong. You made a mistake. You are right. I'm sorry. I just realized that I had the goosebumps. Since then, I stopped, and he is right.
So do you believe now that what you did was wrong 100%?
100%, because he is right. And I realized I didn't, you know, I regret it. Whatever I did, it was wrong. And do not do it again. That's what we learn in that classes. And there is so many people like me that sitting there, each one of, all of us, we regret what we did. And as instructors, you know, he instructed us to what to do next. Do not go back. The mistake you made, you have to correct now. And you have to repair the how. You have to have your, you know, the papers writing down what you do next to be better, to do not do same mistakes. And about responsibilities. Whatever happened, it was my responsibility, my mistakes. Not, I couldn't blame anyone because I was the peak. I should have known that better. And I made the mistake.
Okay. When before your licenses were revoked, were you ever involved with any pharmacy association or professional organizations at all?
No, I didn't.
I
regret it.
Okay. Were you just too busy?
Yeah, too busy.
So are you currently involved in the local pharmacists association?
I'm involved in San Fernando Valley Pharmacists Association, and actively I'm doing every month's meeting. I've been there by Zooming or like live.
How is your involvement in your local pharmacists association part of your repairing or your responsibility?
I'm actively involving there and listening to whatever going on, if there is any changes. And sometimes I'm learning there because all of the members, they are pharmacists, colleagues of mine. I should have done it before. And they are sharing information. I learn a lot from there. Sometimes they even suggest C units. They even call like professors from different companies to speak behalf. And it's very, you know, I like that. Okay. And I want to be.
Who is Ala Avetisian?
Ala Avetisian is, she is like, right now, she is the president of the San Fernando Valley Association.
Was she one of the people who wrote the letter of support for you?
Yes, she did. She's the president of San Fernando Valley Association, and she helped me a lot regarding, you know, what I've been through, step by step. Whatever I need, she's there to help me. I call her after meetings, or even she was busy. She's willingly helped me. Okay, and I appreciate it.
And is Bob Small another pharmacist at this association?
Yes, one of the members is Bob Smalls. He's there every time I go to that meetings. He is there, and it gives me motivation. How come this age he is not gaining anything except he's with his colleagues or sharing something, even trying to help. The last time industry night, I've been there with my son and daughter-in-law. She just came like, hard Bravo says, you help yourself, go there, go there. I appreciate and it gives me more motivation to be involved in this type of stuff.
Were you there when he received his Distinguished Service
I
Award?
was there and I was so happy that we can, pharmacist job is really as a profession that's important, and he does, at least he's the one who promotes us, because he's there as a leader. He sits in the middle, and I love going and listen to him all the time.
Do you perhaps one day aspire to also receive the Distinguished Service Award?
Yes,
You wish
I
that?
wish if I could. It's honor.
So looking back before you became a pharmacist, why did you want to become a pharmacist in the first place?
Since my young age in Armenia, I had a classmate who died of cancer, bone cancer, in 17 years of age. I didn't know how to help her. Then in my mind, I decided if I do, I became something that I can help to cure a pharmacy, to cure cancer. Then
Why do you still want to be a pharmacist now?
because I love my job. There's so many years I tried to help my patients. I had so many of them, and they trusted me. They believe in whatever I do. And because I speak Armenian, Russian, English, and so many languages, and most of our communities, those are immigrants, they have a language barrier. And they believe in me. And I want to help them. Even I love my patients and they love me.
If the Board of Pharmacy were to grant your petition and reinstate your license as a pharmacist, what would you do with that license?
I try to find a job near my community where there's many immigrants or Russian Armenians. And if the Board of Pharmacy can grant me the privilege, I want to help educate our patient that how dangerous of using this over-the-counter medications and from Russia into California. It's very dangerous. I want to educate my patients.
Final question, Mrs. Zussman. So the Board of Pharmacy is here before you now. You can see some of their faces. What do you want to tell the board?
I just want to tell the board that I regret what I've done, and I have repaired to the best of my ability. I repaired, like that course says. I regret whatever I've done, and I have repaired to the best of my ability, and I took full responsibility for my mistakes. I'm the one.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Petition now rests.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jarvis, questions?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Arpetian, do you understand that if your petition is granted here today, that you would be probably placed on probation through the board?
Yes. Yes.
And are you familiar with the standard probation terms?
Not a lot, but yeah, I try to find out if there is,
You've reviewed them in the past. Would you be willing to comply with those probation terms if you're placed on probation?
Yes.
Were you trying to say something else during my question?
No.
So you testified that you did not believe at the time that all of this was ongoing that selling these drugs were wrong. And then in your personal statement, you kind of pointed to your education in Armenia and your work in Armenia because those drugs were available over the counter when you were working there. But you did go to the University of Southern California for postgraduate education once you got here, right?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah.
And you took and passed the test to become a pharmacist here in California, correct?
Yes.
And then you actually worked as a pharmacy technician. You were licensed as a technician here in California for about 7 years before you became a pharmacist as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had all that time working here and working with these drugs. So, like, particularly for a drug like heparin, that's the one that really kind of stuck in my mind. Because here in the United States, that drug is IV administration only. Like, it's pretty difficult to get a hold of, it's pretty highly controlled. So how could you think, despite your, 10 years earlier education in Armenia, that that was okay to sell over the counter as an ointment? Is that really something you never learned at USC or going through all of this process?
It was the choice I regret what I did. Yeah, because over there, the creams are over the counter. It's for varicose vein. And I regret that I did that, yeah.
So did you think there was some kind of an exception for drugs that were available over the counter in other countries?
No.
No.
No, in that times I made a mistake. That's why I end up here. If I could have done better, I regret that I did.
Right. What I'm trying to get at though is why you made that mistake, right? Because as a competent pharmacists have gone through education and training. They understand more than I ever will about all of these drugs. So if you have that understanding, you have that education and training, then how did you make the mistake of deciding this drug is still okay? Shouldn't you have known that that drug was not okay?
No.
So no, you did not.
I should have looked at the literature, but that's why my mistake is. It's very bad judgment. I regret that. I should have looked at the literature, find out more.
Now, these companies that you were buying these drugs from, also, you had said at some point, I think during the hearing, that you thought it was okay to buy from them because they had business licenses in New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that mean that you did not know at that time that in order to purchase drugs for sale in your pharmacy that you had to buy from a licensed wholesaler?
Yes. I should have done, my research to find out, but yeah, it was my mistake. I regret it.
So we focused a lot on these over-the-counter drugs, but you also were selling drugs pursuant to prescriptions during this time period, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you buying the drugs that you were then selling pursuant to prescriptions from licensed wholesalers?
No.
Okay.
So you really question. Can you repeat that question? I think she's confused on the question. Okay. So, Mr. Arpetian, when you were selling drugs, dispensing drugs pursuant to valid prescriptions from prescribers, were you getting those drugs from licensed wholesalers?
Yes.
So why was that different than these drugs that you were selling over the counter? I think, may I help her understand your question?
Hold
Do
on.
you not understand my question? Perhaps repeat your question.
Yeah, repeat the question, please.
Okay. So why was it different when you were buying drugs that you were then selling to patients pursuant to prescriptions? You say that you were using licensed wholesalers. Why is that different than the drugs that you were selling in this sort of over-the-counter manner and you were not buying from a licensed wholesaler?
I just didn't know these were not prescriptions. I didn't know. Just didn't know these were not prescriptions.
You mentioned in your personal statement that you regretted not removing these drugs from the shelves immediately when Inspector Brodsky first told you to. Is that correct?
Yes.
and that the reason that you didn't do so is that you still thought that you were right and the inspector was wrong.
I thought because those drugs are over the counter in Russia, it's, I can sell them. I didn't know. I cannot.
So, if you were to be placed on probation, you would have a probation monitor, an inspector, a pharmacist who would come to wherever you're working once a quarter and talk to you. If that inspector told you, hey, what you're doing is wrong, you need to do something else, would you also at that point put your judgment above that inspector's?
I have to listen to inspector, follow up with the inspector, whatever he suggests. I have to listen, whatever he says, and follow.
I have no other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Let's go ahead and open it up for questions from the board, starting with Member Mercado.
Yes, I know you mentioned you've done a lot of education the last few months. What have you come across that you've never experienced that you have learned something from based on those trainings you've done? Something new. Yeah, something, I know you haven't been practicing pharmacy, but you said you've been taking a lot of trainings. What value has that added? What have you learned that you didn't know before?
As a profession, as a pharmacist, we have to be educated. We have to follow the new rules, which I missed because I was busy. It was my mistake. Now I know, even if I don't have a time, I couldn't sleep less, go through computer, go through Board of Pharmacy website to find out there is something new. There's law changes, anything.
Okay, how do you...
that. Yeah, before it was only my job, but now I know I learned that it benefits my professional engagement.
I'm sorry.
I get benefits from, I learned that I can benefit of professional engagement from that educational trainings or whatever I did in these few years.
Okay, and then a quick question. If somebody breaks the law, but nobody enforces the law, are you still breaking the law?
No.
You're not breaking the law.
Wait, what was the question again? Sorry. Even I got tripped up on that one.
So if somebody breaks the law, but there's no enforcement, is that person still breaking the law?
Yes, of course it is. Yeah.
Right? Because right here you've said to us that you regret it, but if nobody was to have come to you to told you that was the law, you still would have probably kept doing it.
I'm not sure. The law is law. I have to follow, I don't know.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, if you were to be put on probation and have a new job and somebody was supervising you, what makes us believe that you're going to follow the law even if nobody's watching?
No, not after these 4 years. Oh my God, we don't know how I was educated. Now, if I see something wrong with another pharmacist even, I will report it. And I try to involve and correct whatever they do wrong. Whatever, happened to me, I never want to happen to anyone. And I will take full responsibility of everything. I believe in Board of Pharmacists laws, and all of us, we have to follow. If somebody is making mistakes, they can harm a public. They can harm patients. I don't want to do. I give the promise to not harm. I always follow them, always, and I will do it in the future.
Okay, no further questions. Anything else? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that.
I'm thankful that nothing happened. My patients never, they remained unharmed. And thanks God, I'm thinking and appreciate that inside of this experience that has offered. I'm thankful.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Member Newell,
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Member Sandhu.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a few questions. So, I know DG, gone through extensively talking about the fact that you went to a postgraduate education, you were technicians. When you were being a technician or when you attending USC, did you notice that there was a difference in practice but in Armenia versus in US?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that there's things that are different.
Yes.
So, and when you decided that these over-the-counter medications that are in Russia or are their OTC drugs, and here, it didn't cross your mind that it could be different, that you need to check?
Yeah, I should have done that, but what happened, first of all, this immigrant, they use the same medication in their own old countries. Not that I sold them anyone. First of all, patients are very careful. I'm telling you, even if you suggest something, I didn't cross my mind. And if they didn't use in their own country, they never come and buy this. They're familiar with it. I didn't cross my mind about, differences. Sorry about
So,
that.
yeah, I understand. Thank you. So that's, I get that. And then a couple of times, when you were asked, you thank goodness that I didn't harm a patient. What do you consider to be harm? Person is injured, dying? What is your definition of harm? Because I clearly see that there was a harm done to the patients because they were taking these medications. They possibly could be going to their physician and they could be taking double the dose, or they could be taking something that contraindicate. So you providing these medications that physician wouldn't even think that it's available in this country, that would be a harm to me. And it seems like you say that thank goodness it's not harmful. So what do you?
I don't know that they may be harmed. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. And so now the last question I have is, knowing what you know now, like I've said that you didn't know the law, you saw it in the other countries, and I know your counsel went through it pretty extensively. What would you do? Because there's a new laws that come in, there's new practices that come in. We remove drugs that were taken all the time. They were considered safe at one time, but later on unsafe. How do you protect? How would you be protecting the public? That's our job, and that's all pharmacists' jobs, to me, don't do any harm. So what are the resources you would be using that are at your disposal, or you learn through this process?
Every 2 months I will visit for the pharmacy, my computer research. Then I will CPH my lawyers if there is something I have to do. I will contact.
That it?
Yeah, SPAJ, my lawyers, I will contact. And I ask for assistance.
And thank you very much for answering all the questions. I really appreciate you coming and in front of this committee. And that's all I have, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Madam Chair Tebow?
Yes, thank you. Would you, if we granted your license reinstatement, would you want to be a PIC or a pharmacy owner again in the future?
No.
No, that's not on your radar.
No, not yet.
Got it. Could you tell me approximately what percentage of patients that you served at your pharmacy didn't speak English as a first language? They spoke either Armenian or Russian?
Well, most of them, it's like 80–90% of them.
Got it. So the vast majority. Yeah. Okay. Got it. And did you, when you were purchasing these products for your patients, did you believe that what you were doing was the right thing for your patients at the time?
In that time, which I made a mistake, I thought I'm helping my community. That was the purpose, because they just came from other countries. They show me their medication, it's safe to use, or can we get it? I try to help them. That's the thing,
Got it. Thank you so much. I have no further questions, but Your Honor, I noticed that KK has joined us. So if I could for just a moment have KK announce themselves for the record.
All right.
Good afternoon, Kartikeya, licensing member present. I do not have any questions for the person in question here. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you,
Jarvis, any
KK.
further questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Park, anything further?
Just 2 points of clarification. Mrs. Hasek, when the Russian drugs that you sold in your pharmacy before they got the license that revoked were they purchased from a drug wholesaler or someone else?
Someone else.
And that someone else, these various suppliers, did they all promise you that they were all over the counter?
Yes. Yes.
But they weren't, were they? So isn't it that your mistake that you just overly believed the vendors when they told you they were over the counter?
Yes.
Lastly, did you or did you not harm Californians when you sold the Russian drugs?
I did.
You harmed Californians when you sold the Russian drugs?
Yes, I did.
Even those that you may not have been able to see or directly observe?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just by a show of hands, does any member of the committee or Ms. Jarvis have any further questions based on any of Mr. Park's? I am not seeing any. Mr. Park, any further witnesses or evidence?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further in the way of evidence, Ms. Jarvis?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I will turn to you, Ms. Jarvis, first for closing remarks.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the question for this committee to contemplate is whether petitioner, who was untrustworthy, dishonest, and deceitful during the hearing in this matter, when she was under oath, whether or not she has learned her lesson and will be honest and trustworthy going forward. Over the past few years, as we've seen from her petition packet, she's clearly been doing the work. But as a skeptical attorney, I can't really recommend that this petition be granted at this time. I will not recommend against it. I'll leave that determination up to the collective wisdom of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis. Mr. Park.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think what we have here in petitioner Asghar Petian is somebody that had well-intentioned but was just sorely misguided in her understanding and belief and ignorance of the law at the time. She will be the first to admit that in hindsight, she made horrific, tragic, potentially errors in her judgment, that she was ignorant, for which she is now remorseful. She has taken full responsibility, and she has, in fact, remediated. She has done everything that's possible that I could think of, quite frankly, as an attorney doing this for 13 plus years, that can be done to demonstrate remediation, remorse, and personal responsibility. I do believe that the board obviously has the purview and the full discretion to grant or not grant this petition, but this petitioner is, I would think, a prime example of somebody who's turned around for the good, that she has every intention of helping her community, which is the recent immigrants from Russia and Armenia. I would beseech this Board of Pharmacy to grant a petition to allow her to do the good work that she has the potential to do in her local community, and so that she can contribute in a really positive and meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Ms. Arapetian, the committee will now go into closed session to deliberate. Their decision will be conveyed to you and your attorney and Ms. Jarvis on a date in the future, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, counsel, for your presentations. With that, the matter is submitted, the record is closed, and we are off the record. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you
At
all
this
for your
point-
time and attention today. It's been a long one.
Thank you, Ms. Jarvis.
Thank
Bye.
you.
At this point, I will turn the floor back over to Madam Chair Tebow.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank members of the public for your participation today. As indicated on the agenda, the committee will now convene in closed session. Adjournment for the day will immediately follow closed session, and there will be no other items of business discussed. Adjournment may not be broadcast. Members of the public, thank you for joining the meeting today.